view the transcripts and record. Okay, I think that we are good. So it's recording right now. And I got 32 of us in here. If you want to start, Tammy, I think it's all good for you.
How many do we have?
There's 32 of us that are signed in.
Okay. Do we want to give it a couple minutes or just go?
It's up to you, whatever you want to do. I'm okay with whatever. I think that if they're coming in late, they know that they're gonna mess a few things, so it's probably fine.
Pam's on her way. She's getting set up.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and call the meeting to order and motion to accept the agenda. However, there is one change. Bob Olson has removed his, which is number 5 of the new business. So other than that, it's just that one's crossed out. Everything else is the same.
Going hot. Tammy, this is Sam.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you mind if you move my agenda item to the very last?
Okay.
It's not as important as other items.
Okay.
Thank you.
So with number 2 being moved to the end and number 2 being moved to the end, number 5 being removed, motion to accept that agenda.
Seconded.
Second.
Okay, so let's see. And the meeting minutes were attached, so motion to accept the current or the approved meeting minutes from August 3rd, 2025 quarterly meeting.
Tammy, you have to ask if anybody's opposed to the agenda.
Oh, anybody opposed to the agenda?
Thank you.
Okay, so motion to approve then the meeting minutes from August 3rd, 2025 quarterly meeting.
Seconded.
Seconded.
Anybody opposed? No. Okay, so welcome everybody. As we had the 8-ball or 9-ball for 2025, which was the most entries we've had for 9-ball ever. It went very well. There's a couple things that, so I don't know how, I know a lot of us are familiar with it, but swiping the card at Chinook Wins does a lot for us. So it's important that we swipe our cards to know that we're there and we're giving an appreciation to them. Showing our appreciation to them. Our swipe numbers out of all the people that were in that room each day, our swipe numbers were under 200 swipes is all.
Wow.
And I know that we have probably 3 times that many that are in that room during a day. So, you know, we need to find a way to make more swipes with your winner circle card at the kiosk that is actually in the pool room, not any of the other ones that are on the casino floor. So that just the swipes were disappointing this time. And so we need to try to get those up. That was one of the concerns that I had. I have attached, or they're attached, is the budget. If anybody has any questions on that for me. Or if they had a chance to even look at it. Go ahead, Ed.
Yeah, I was wondering if we could have some sort of a budget for advertising. We are, we do need to advertise. Even though we're not for profit and we are getting great uh returns of people coming to our events. It would be nice if we had a little budget in there for that.
And what kind of an amount of advertising kind of money, or for what kind of advertising?
Well, like last time we sponsored Raw Hannah for one of his events. Raw Hannah does so much for us. And it was nice to give back. And there was a lot of kind of negative feedback on that from people, and there really shouldn't have been. Raw was definitely worth every penny that we gave him. And I mean, he just goes over the top for Western BCA for everything. Just something
Any
for
idea
you.
what you think a yearly amount for advertising would be sufficient?
No, not really. But something in there.
Yeah, I mean, I think to add to what Ed said, we also did a lot of printing of things to put on tables, things like that, which may or may not be considered advertising. But there's also a lot of thought of being able to try and advertise at bars, different locations that host our qualifying leagues, things like that. While it doesn't necessarily seem like much, we went through a lot of paper in printing and things like that. And Tammy, I know you have in the past as well, as far as printing things and putting them in sleeves and things like that. 15 to 30 bucks 10 or 15 times adds up pretty quick, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So I think that could probably fall in the advertising line. So I mean, if anything, maybe if we said, $1,500 to $2,000, I think that it would be it would essentially allow us to allocate that necessarily, in the right trunk, if you will, in the right plot of the P&L. So that would be my suggestion.
And maybe this isn't necessary, but one of the questions that I have is, and we're advertising, well, and I know that basically when you're talking about the printing, you're talking about the pages that went down that had all the sponsors, logos on them and all that kind of stuff.
Correct.
So is there like anything, are we wanting to advertise for something else, or for trying to bring on more new players to the Western BCA?
All the above.
All the above. Okay.
I mean, it's hard to forecast the sponsorship side from our end, right? But We
Yeah,
definitely are still trying to promote Western BCA and get more participation down on the coast.
I gotcha. I gotcha. Okay. Elaine?
Yeah, I think this is a good idea. Remember, some of the people might remember that the BCA used to send like a really small kind of cardboard poster that you could put up in your wherever you played your divisions. And also, it might be nice, even though probably Arizona AZ Billiards probably mentions us, it would be nice to take just a small corner, like a quarter of a page advertisement that the event is coming up, since we're one of the biggest on the West Coast, and that also might help us get some new members. I mean, I think an advertising budget is good. It doesn't have to be outrageously large. People could kind of look up and see what these things cost, and that could determine a budget for a year. But I think it's very beneficial. That's it.
Thank you, Elaine. Tamitha? Tamitha?
We
Go ahead.
cannot hear you,
Oh.
Tamitha. Tammy, you want to? Oh, hang on. There you are.
Computer to use my work computer. I'm just curious, where is our allocated budget for all of our technology, so that can be monitored and managed with budget?
So are you asking me about the website expenses?
Website expenses and all of our developments that Wolfpack is doing. So that's a hefty budget. I'm just curious, what is our projected budget for 2026?
So for 2026, I didn't put anything in there, and only because I'm not sure what exactly the budget would be. Lawrence might be able to answer that question a little bit more because he's been working more with BPOC than I have. So Lawrence, do you have any idea on that?
The basic portion of everything is built. So the standard money that's in there right now that's already on the budget that shows the 790, because that includes a $40 surcharge for sending the check across into Canada, which is part of his contract. That we're trying to stick to the 25-hour budget, which is what that $750 a month is, plus the 40 for the fee. Although that doesn't take into account for things that come up, which we can either get into now or later when we talk about that whole committee thing. But there's an issue right now with pulling information from certain places like Fargo and CSI, and we may have to find a different route to go about things. So we're going to work on it.
Forgive me, which line item is that? It's under.
There's one on there that says website expenses under administrative. It says website expenses.
Okay, so that's under website expenses. That's including, I mean, I see website is something I look at, but that's also including all of our tournament registrations and collection of fees electronically through our website. Is that correct?
And you're talking about the registration portion is part of the website.
Just clarifying.
So yeah, the website expenses. So so the projected for 2026 and versus the actual 2025 is a big difference, but that was because of the
rebuild,
helping to build the database and all that kind of stuff. Is that right? And building the website?
100%.
Makes sense to me. Totally answered my question. Thank you.
Sue?
Yeah, I had a couple questions here. On the website expenses, the 790 does not include the shipping of the check. That is a completely different line item.
Oh.
$40 is a pass-through expense for our website hosting, and the 750 is for Wolfpack services. So it's about another 45. And in my reports, you'll see that broken out as website shipping expenses. And the other thing I had to say was, on the advertising, would that reduce our printing budget? That's where most of the cost of printing things goes now.
That's a great question. I don't know that I have an answer.
Okay.
As far as printing, I'm trying to think of, I think I may have put that under, I believe, the office supplies, equipment, that kind of stuff.
Okay. Yeah. All righty.
Michael?
Yeah, hey, I think advertising budget is long overdue and a great idea. I do wonder what committee or group would be in charge of making that happen, of doing the advertising, of distributing that, and yeah, I just would like some more details, probably.
Jackson, Ed, do you have an idea? Is that something that is you guys were thinking to put through with the sponsorship committee, or?
Well, I think it really depends on the type of advertising we're going to do, right? It could be the sponsorship committee, it could be the media committee.
I guess it depends on what we're
Right.
what we're advertising for. Yeah.
Right. But I would foresee it being one of those two, and then before it goes out, probably being approved by leadership.
Nikki, does that answer your question, Mike?
Yes, I guess I should probably add. It seems like it would obviously be the media committee. I don't understand how it would be a sponsorship committee thing, but that's just my opinion.
I think because some of that money would go to sponsorship things, and we can call sponsorship or advertising. That's what we did before. We call it a sponsorship, but it probably should have been called advertising. We sent Raw $1,000. That should be under advertising, but that still came from sponsorship because he's the one putting out all the information. Still, right now when he's in Florida advertising for our stuff, months later.
I disagree, but it's not important.
Nikki?
Yeah, I think in a sense, either way, whoever decides what we're going to do, and then it goes back through leadership. So if it's a bad decision, it gets caught right there and doesn't go through because there's 9 people that are saying no, or 10 or however many we have that are saying no, this isn't a good one, or it is. The only thing I can think with sponsorship is, since we are already in the collecting of sponsorship, that's also where we find good things that maybe we could sponsor out also, and to like maybe put posters on the walls at other bars and things like that. So I could see where this gets brought up, and I'm glad you brought it up. My thing was when I saw one of the reports, it had shirts on the sponsorship budget, and I just thought that shirts should kind of be its own thing to know if it's profitable or not profitable on the shirts part of it, and not be lost in the sponsorship stuff. And then the budget, I think, great job, Tammy, doing it. It looks great. And if we could do it where we're using 2025 actual and 2026 budget, where they're kind of side by side, and it makes it easy for people to see what our growth plan is gonna be next year and what it looked like last year. But overall, there's no I think that you put a lot of effort and time in what you did, and it looks great.
Can I interrupt
Nikki,
for a second real quick, Tammy? There's several people on the chat who are trying to figure out how to change their name on the Zoom, and that will also help me to get the sign in done. So Nikki, I don't know how to do it. Can you tell them how to change their name?
So go to the 3 dots, and it might not let them, because when I teach classes, I don't want them changing their name. I had them changing their name and getting naked on the camera, and then you couldn't tell who they were. So that's the purpose of locking it. But now that I'm looking at it, I'm having a hard time unlocking their name. It works now. It might work for you because I have you as one of the co-hosts, Lawrence. But go to your name and go to the top 3 dots, and click it and see if it lets you change your name. Mine says, yeah, the nakedness, what was the grossest part about it was an adult man, like a 50-year-old adult with a bunch of teenagers. It was gross.
I can change your names for you. So if you just put who you are in the chat, I will go through and change it while we're doing this.
Sweet. Thank you, Lawrence.
Sam, I changed your name.
Arlen, go ahead.
Hi. Quick question with we listed Raw's money as sponsorship, not as advertising. That was how it came through because that's what it was. I'm concerned about when you guys are throwing the word sponsorship around for other things as far as advertising. Where does that fall with us? I'm not sure of it. Sue, I hope you can answer this. With our 501c, what are the regulations behind that as far as us as an organization sponsoring other things? Are we allowed to do that with our tax status or not? That's it.
I am not sure. I can find out though. I'll ask our CPA.
Okay, thank you. What else?
Ed's hands up.
Go ahead, Ed.
Yeah, I was looking at the budget for 2026, and the budget for the referees is the same for March and October. And don't we have more referees for March than we have for October? I mean, it's pretty trivial, but
Not really.
I think the issue was last 8 ball, they had a hard time finding enough referees, is why the amount was the same.
oh, that would make sense.
Yeah.
So
Not
they
everybody
looked at
wants to
that.
do.
So had they found more, it would have been a little more expensive. Is that?
I would expect it to be yes if they had one more.
Okay. So 25 was actual, and then yeah, okay, got it.
Well, yeah, so 25 was actual, and there was more for March than October. But for 2026, I just went with a little bit higher amount just in case, but I just put the same on both of them. But yes, normally we would do, and because it's an estimated budget, so.
Right. Okay, cool. Thank you. Nice job on the budget too. It looks great.
Thanks. Rob?
Well, my internet's bouncing in and out, but in terms of advertising, I noticed that CSI has an events page. And to my knowledge, they didn't have the 9-ball listed and they don't have our 2026 listed yet. I'm wondering what prompts them to list an event.
I'm gonna look real quick right now. Usually they do have our event listed on there.
Could that have something to do with the fact that we're listed on Bad Boys page, or is there not a connection there? Is there a connection automatically?
I don't think so. No, I don't think it does. But I'm looking, where is, upcoming events, that's what I wanted. I could have swore that it was on here, but now I'm not seeing it. So I will find out why, but usually Usually it is, and I know it has been on there just recently. 2025. Oh, so in 20, because I just went back to the history, and in 2025, it had the 8 ball, um, and the 9 ball on there. And then now it even shows the results. Oh, you have to, never mind. It takes you to the other pages, but yeah, it is on there for 2025, but they don't have anything for our upcoming 8 ball at this time. But I can make a phone call or send an email and they'll do that easy enough. Okay, so I am going to go ahead and I don't think I have anything else. Stuffing numbers. I'll go ahead and give it to let the vice president make her statement if she wants to.
Sure.
Suzanne.
Good morning, everyone, or afternoon, I guess it is. I want to try to encourage everyone to share your time and your talents, your experience and your opinions by volunteering. We have an extremely diverse organization, and we'd really like to have more people involved. And with more people, then you have less individuals that are having to take on the tasks themselves throughout and be on more than one committee. I also want to encourage everyone that if you are going to put your name out there for whether it be a committee assignment, whether it be an officer position, a board position, that you do a little bit of your own homework, find out what the role entails, review the objectives of that role, and what your, I guess, what would be asked of you. The last but not least, I think in addition to planning ahead, that it would be nice if people would and maybe announce their intentions if they do intend to run for a position, to not wait till the last minute, but maybe announce it at the February meeting so that people might have a chance to reach out to you and ask questions. Maybe they don't want to ask it in a public forum. Maybe they want to talk to you at the 8 ball event, or maybe they just want to pick your brain about something. I have found that a lot of people come up to me during the event, especially 9 ball, and pick my brain. And there are some people that complain. There are some people that give kudos, and then there's other people that have extremely constructive feedback. So I would encourage everyone to kind of plan ahead and encourage more people to get involved. And I think our organization will become bigger and better once we do. So the key would be if you announce your intentions at the February meeting, that gives people plenty of time to ask those questions. And they don't necessarily have to ask it in a public forum then. They could ask it privately, and get a chance to get to know you before they vote in May. That's it. I'm done.
Suzanne. And actually, I am going to, I don't know, Elaine. Oh, go ahead, Lawrence, you first.
I didn't know this isn't anything to do with Suzanne thing. And I just want to say that's awesome. But I didn't want to get off the topic of the budget. I tried to catch you before we went ahead, but
Sure.
I think the membership needs to approve the budget. That's part of the bylaws, so we have to get that approved as well.
Okay.
So I motion to approve the budget.
I second.
Okay, so we need to take a vote. Julie, do you have a list of everybody, Julie? No?
I think I have discussion first. Discussion on the
Discussion first.
motion. Thank you.
Okay.
We already discussed it?
What's your name? Yes.
Still
No.
part of the formality.
There's a hand up.
Motion was just put up. So
Nancy, go ahead.
Hi, I may have missed this, but was there any finalization to what we're going to do about advertising?
As far as my understanding is that it will, basically it's going to be a case by case scenario as to what area or what department it would fall under.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Tammy?
I don't have a problem accepting the budget, but I would request that if there's changes to the budget, it needs to be brought to the membership before those changes actually are made.
Okay. Arlen?
Received the budget yesterday, so I haven't had a chance to see it. It wasn't submitted 2 weeks ago, so this is all brand new, and I would like somebody to say how hard fast this budget is. Is it just a rough estimate of where funds are going, or projections? If somebody could answer that.
That would be me. It would be a rough estimate going off of what we have here, or what we spent for this year for 2025. Moving forward, similar, but obviously you know that expenses go up too, so a little bit up above that. So answer your question. Does that answer your question, Sam?
Kind of. So it's just a general idea. It's not hard fast. Things can be moved. It just gives us an idea of what things are going, where money's going. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank
Arlen,
you.
go ahead.
Currently, if the budget isn't complete right now, how can we accept it? We don't know where our money's going. We don't know how much is going to be dumped into advertising. We don't know how much is going to be spent on anything else. So without that being itemized in a budget, how can we approve any budget at this point in time at this meeting? That's it.
Suzanne?
I agree with what Arlen said. The other question I have is, have we been provided with a comparison of actual versus budget from this last year so that we can see where the discrepancies lie and compare that to a new budget?
There should have been the 2025 actual versus the 2026 budget. There should have been two. Was there two tabs on it?
There was nothing on the second page where it said budget.
I do know that's been sent out to the board for review. I believe it was all of leadership.
So
Still needs to be approved by the members.
So there was two tabs on the attachment Julie sent for 2026 estimated and then 2025 estimated budget with actual, because I put at the very, very end of it kind of the difference of what the budget was versus what was actually paid out. But granted, this is through October. So on the 2025 one, Lawrence, if you go all the way to the right, I had what the difference was, or well, what the actual was versus the other column for.
So we use QuickBooks, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so QuickBooks has an actual feature that is side by side showing the budget and showing the actual and the difference. It's very simple. So I'm just wondering if that, rather than you having to go through all the work, Tammy, if that's something that could be prepared and presented
That would be
by
Sue
Sue.
thing.
By Sue.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be delighted to help in that way.
Thank you. Appreciate
Awesome.
that.
Thank you, Sue.
Sure.
And then also if we can do a comparison of the year before versus the current year, that would be helpful too.
I'm writing.
Awesome. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So as far as the budget goes, are we, oh, go ahead, Lawrence.
I was just going to say that a budget's an estimate. It's not it's a guesstimate basically, because everybody does a budget or has done a budget and knows that things change over time. So we might want to consider that as well. It doesn't have to be exact numbers. It's nice to have exact things for certain things, like, hey, we're going to spend this much on the website. We're going to spend this much on entries, or we're going to get this much in entries. But all those things change too. So I would just try to keep that in mind as well. We're never going to have a hard and fast, like, this is exactly what we're going to spend. That changes.
Ed.
Sue, were you involved in creating this budget at all? I mean, you're our treasurer.
I did answer some questions, yeah, on some numbers Tammy asked me, for sure.
Good. Cool.
I think the main structure I think we had from last year working together.
Well, and I use, for a lot of it, I use all the profit loss, the balances, the, what is it? All the different sheets that she sends out for each of our meetings and the monthly reports that she sends out for the bank accounts and all that. Going through all that to try to figure out exactly what or where we're at, and is what I go off of. So go ahead, Suzanne.
Well, it's simply a roadmap, but with any roadmap, you need to have a destination and be able to compare how you got there, whether you took the long way around or you took the shortcut, the easy way. So that's the only thing I'm asking for, is so that we can review what has been done, what is being done, what the difference is, whether or not there's any questions, and moving forward, do we need to adjust the roadmap? That's why I'm asking for the side-by-side comparisons through QuickBooks. Thank you.
No, that'd be awesome. Thank you. Arlen, go ahead.
Again, how can we approve a budget that has no line item for advertising and you're wanting to add a line item? Approving that without knowing the amounts that are estimated would be very, very, I don't know how to put it, unfruitful. Because if somebody was to say, oh, we spent $20,000, we approved it at a meeting and we spent 20 grand on advertising. Whoa, wait a minute, what? So I'm just concerned that we approve something without knowing an estimated cost is a problem. That's kind of spending, gives an open checkbook for somebody to spend money just because it says we approved it earlier. I'm not all about spending the money of the organization on things that aren't going to be a return. So I move that we do not accept this budget until it is more complete with these new line items. Thank you.
Thank you, Arlen. And to answer your question, well, because this is the first that I've been asked, or it's been brought up about the advertising portion of it. So of course, yeah, I had a blank because we don't normally do a lot of advertising. So yeah, and we could always do the budget, I guess, at the February meeting would be the next quarterly meeting. So Nikki.
Budgets change. To me, to have a baseline budget of what we're doing And if we want to go to change it and add in marketing money, or that part of it, that goes to the next meeting, and we can modify that part of the budget. But it seems like holding off on the whole entire budget until 2 months into the next year is not very responsible either. Like maybe next year we could get it out a little sooner, but it seems like the majority of this budget is fine to just go with, and we can make a modification to it in the February meeting is my thought. Oh, one more thing. And the donations, if that's an issue, a lot of companies, a lot of things that I technically donate to, I call it an advertising expense because it's advertising for me. And so maybe the same with us, depending on what the CPA says. If we're donating, but we're still getting advertising dollars out there, like we're still advertising while we're donating, we could just call it an advertising expense because that's what it actually is doing. That's the big reason why we're doing it, is to get our name out there. That's all I got.
There's a couple different items on here that doesn't have anything because I didn't know I have no idea what the expenses would be. I don't even know if that's an option. If anybody can tell me if that's an option to even partially approve it versus say line item this, and this, and leave that for February. But anyways, Autumn, go ahead.
First of all, I just wanted to say thank you, Tammy, for taking the time to get the 2025 budget out for everybody to see the final numbers and the forecasted 2026 budget. This is not a budget that is in stone. At the last meeting, everybody agreed, I believe it was voted on, that you are going to change from doing this at the annual meetings every year to doing it at the end of the year because it made more sense to do it at the end of the year. We're not approving and saying, okay, this is the only amount of money that we can spend throughout the year of 2026. This is a forecasted budget. It's a beginning. At the end of 2026, everybody's going to come back and you're going to discuss what was spent throughout the year.
Yeah, exactly. Well, actually, I believe it was brought up during the annual meeting last year. Because with us being on the calendar year, it makes more sense to do it at the end of the year than it does, or at the end of the year versus, or beginning of the year versus in the middle of it. So that was why we changed that part of it. Suzanne.
I agree that this is a forecast. My personal opinion is that we go ahead and vote on this forecast, and then we bring back the comparisons and any changes that need to be done in February for a little bit harder budget in February at our February meeting. So I would say that we should vote on the forecast right now and then turn around and make comparisons, get the information out, and then make any changes and then put it in front of the players again in February for any changes and modifications. We're only a month in at that point, and we're still before the 8-ball event.
Yeah, thank you, Suzanne. And Sam?
Yeah, even though the budget is approving the budget is the motion on the floor, I guess I have a question for Ed about the advertising. It just dawned on me, who are we advertising to? Chinook Winds is full. We have no room. What's the point that you feel advertising would be good or even necessary? Thank you.
We have room for growth. these people that keep saying the Chinook Winds is full aren't seeing brackets with so many buys in every bracket. We definitely have room to grow. So, I mean, you're looking at it with closed eyes if you think that we can't put some more people in that building. And to Arlen's comment of, an open check and $20,000, that's actually, I'm kind of insulted by that. Nobody's going to do that in this organization.
I'm not writing that check.
Right. It's all got to be approved.
I didn't say that would happen, but it could happen if you approve something and say, well, we're just leaving it blank. So whatever
No,
we spend,
it
we
couldn't
spend.
happen, Arlen. It's not going to happen. It's got to be approved by the membership, and Sue's got to write the check. It's not going to happen.
Okay. Okay. So leave everything blank and then we can just approve a budget that's blank.
That's not what's happening.
Are you there, Rob?
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead.
Like I said, my internet's bouncing. As I understand it, the motion on the floor is not to accept the budget, and I haven't heard a second.
Good point.
I motioned to accept. I motioned to accept the budget earlier. I said accept.
Oh, you said a motion to accept it.
Yes.
Okay.
And Nikki seconded it.
So I call for the question.
The motion to not accept it is what Rob is saying.
No, I want to vote on the motion and the second on the floor.
Oh, to accept it?
Well, I want to vote on it. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's the motion, so I think we should vote on it.
The vote, so to vote on the budget or
So end of discussion.
to accept the budget. End of discussion. Motion to accept the budget for the 2026 projected budget.
Yeah, I seconded it. We already did this, but
Yeah, so now you have to call for the vote.
Okay, so go ahead, Julie.
No, you do it however you want to do it. I mean, do you want me to do it by roll call, or are you just going to call for people if they don't approve?
Let's go with opposed. How many opposed accepting the budget for the 2026 projected budget?
Raise your hand in the Zoom
Physical
if you
hand.
oppose.
What was that, Julie?
Not your physical hand, but your hand in the reactions.
In the reactions, raise your hand if you oppose the current forecast.
I have 2 so far, 3. You or Doug or both?
Doug's against, I'm for.
Okay,
So only one.
only 1. So we have 3 opposed so far. Anybody else? And if you can't figure out how to raise your hand, speak up.
So we have 3 opposed.
And do you have
Well,
any,
Any,
take your hands down, please.
Any abstain?
The hands down first. Okay, the hands are down. Any abstain now?
1. Any abstaining? Just the 1 for Tammy?
If you can't figure out how to raise your hand, speak up, please. I would say that's.
It looks as though the motion passes.
Well, and I will say that with this budget, I will bring the budget back to the meeting in February. With anything updated on it. So, okay, thank you. Let's see, who do we have now? Secretary?
Well, that's perfect.
Oh, go ahead.
Nikki, is Chad also on your stream, or is it just you?
Just me. Chad's not here right now.
Okay, and then Trina, is Dave here or just you? Trina Shop.
I don't think Dave won't be here till 2. He's at work.
Okay. And then Stephanie, Jesse Johnson, is Stephanie here as well?
Yes, she's here behind me.
Thank you. I just needed those so I could get the count.
Okay. Lawrence?
I'm sorry for the disruption right after Suzanne's report. I just wanted to make sure she didn't have anything else, and I apologize for that.
Oh. Okay, thank you. Okay, you want me to go to treasurer first, Julie? So you can finish that?
I don't have anything.
Okay. Sue?
I don't have an official report prepared. I did send out some financials though. And we'll take questions. I'm sure there's questions.
Does anybody have any questions for Sue and the balance sheet, profit loss, all that good stuff? Sam.
Okay. Sue, I think you're wonderful. You do a great job.
Thank you.
I just want to voice out there that getting this the day before is not pleasant. I personally would like at least a week to look over the budget. But I do have some questions about some of the expenses and income. Income sponsor fees. We got $160 for general and admin. And then we had $46,000 in sponsor fees. We received $46,000 in sponsorship money.
Yes, we did.
I would love a breakdown of that sometime. Is that broken down anywhere in your report?
I can send it out.
I got it ready in my next meeting. Sue's
Thank you, Nikki.
She's got it. She sent it to me. She did all the hard work to put it together. But yes, Sam, I would be excited to show it off to you when it's my turn.
Okay. I've got more, as I'm sure you can all imagine. But
I'm looking to the right because my other computer's there. So
and I had other stuff going on. Gosh dang it, where is it?
It's all right.
There was a volunteer volunteer appreciation or something.
I broke out the shirts we bought for the last event. It usually goes into shirt sales, but we have a contracted shirt vendor now, and I didn't want that to affect their sales numbers.
Okay, so that wasn't volunteer. It wasn't okay. It made it look like we just gave money away instead of.
No, we just gave them shirts that we paid around $10 for.
I apologize.
Don't apologize.
Now I'm finding it. Let's see. Nobody else has any questions, huh?
You can always email them too.
Yeah, but this is kind of where we're supposed to voice stuff. Is Bob present at the meeting? Bob Olson?
No.
I guess not. Okay.
No, he has a APA thing he has to do this weekend.
Okay, I can't find the fourth thing. Although I would like plaques and Hall of Fame would like that divided. I'd like to know what expenses the Hall of Fame is producing.
Absolutely, I can do that.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
Sorry, Sam.
It's okay. Go on.
That
Look,
reminds me, we do have Hall of Fame in 2026.
Yeah,
yeah,
there was
so
none
it's
for this last year.
Sam, there wasn't anything for 2025 as that's every other year for night during nine ball.
Okay.
So we'll have to
Anything in
remember
that category was just plaques.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Which also brings me to inform you all that the plates are being worked on, and as soon as I have them back in my hands, I'll get them all mailed out to you. Or to the players, the winners. Nikki?
Yeah, I was just thinking that when it got brought up about the budget and how we're looking at the budget, and I think that when we look at these reports, if you could print the comparison version where it has this year, like right now it's broke up with 8 ball and 9 ball, and they're really like, here's apples and here's the oranges. And I think it would be great if we could print the report where it's 2015, 2014. So we're seeing what happened last year to what happened this year instead of 8 ball and 9 ball, or both if you want to print both. But it would be nice to see last year because I think that we've been doing some really cool things this year that get lost and you don't realize the improvements that we've done from last year to this year because you don't see last year's numbers. But I like how you're putting everything in there. Thanks, Sue.
Did I not send a year-to-year comparison?
I don't
Yes,
remember.
I thought I did.
you did.
Thank you.
Where is
Okay.
it? Thank
It
you.
was a
Sue.
quick-
In Julie's report she sent. When
Huh.
We had the chances to make.
Sorry.
I didn't send it
open
directly to the board because I wasn't done yet, but
My speaker on my computer is dying.
there were 3 different attachments to from the treasurer.
Okay, I'll have to take a look again. I thought I opened all 3, but sorry. Thank you.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Refurbished 2014.
Okay.
Elaine?
We can hear you.
Elaine? I also okay, so treasurer and all that's kind of done as far as the officers go. And I'm going to put in, well, it's kind of a committee, it's a department. Do you want me to read over the podium report or do you want to, Elaine?
You can do it real quick if you like. I can comment if there are any questions.
Sure, I can do that then. Okay, so for the podium report from Elaine, 6 people for the staff, 6 people comprised the podium team. 1, however, was unable to make it at the very last due to a family hospitalization emergency and rightfully had to back out. Fortunately, Bob Olson was able to fill in for the missing team member at the last minute. By weekend, he was able to handle most tasks and responses to players' questions. One of the team fell ill with some stomach thing many others caught during the week, so it was great that Bob was unexpectedly available. The team member was not available for one of their scheduled shifts. Aside from all this, the head tournament official agreed to share Sheris Lambert with the podium team if needed. Sheris and her boyfriend Jason with a fabulous voice, which he did, handled the Saturday afternoon shift. Vice President Suzanne Mackey also helped cover shifts at the podium. Hours worked. Most podium peeps played 2 events. All members worked throughout the course of the entire week. A number of the podium peeps played very deep into the tournament this event, so it was even luckier that Bob was available. The podium was covered a total of 212.5 hours during the week, an average of 30.5 hours a person though some worked more and others a bit less. Despite overlapping singles and teams divisions, podium staff worked together to maintain proper coverage during the scheduled matches of others. The setup with Fran and Elaine, set up the podium, all podium bins and contents delivered by Rob, made it from the storage unit. Rob combined all lost found boxes from the storage unit and delivered in one box. No printer problems. Oh yeah, I need to get colors for next event. Fun day. Fran and Elaine worked all day, no issues to report other than lots of questions about fun day events, sign up scheduling. Looks like prepayment saved a lot of time and confusion. Also, unlike the 2025 8-ball event, only a small number of players asked about playing in multiple events, likely due to it clearly being stated on Fun Day flyer, as well as reminders on social media prior to the event. Scotch singles team events during the course of the week. They responded to general questions, helped players with their scheduling needs, listened to the players' complaints, suggestions, directed folks to where they need to be, and took photos. Staff also announced referees were needed in the given section when they were busy. A total of 31 individuals signed up as players available and were vetted. One did not have 200 robust, 10 players were picked up, 1 for Scotch and 9 for team play. During the course of the week, 183 items were delivered to the podium and recorded as found. 39% were returned to their owners. Some lost items were never turned into the podium or to the casinos. Security lost and found. Podium staff recorded such items. Podium spoke to a lot of the players who were attending their first Lincoln City event. Elaine gave a couple names, numbers to Lawrence on the board chair for his use for interviews. Overall, players were positive in their comments. Tear down. Karen was responsible and completed issue without any issues. Let's see. Oh, for the past 3 events. Oh, Tammy lent the actually that laptop. Elaine is Western BCA's. That one's not mine.
Oh,
The one that the tournament officials are using is mine.
oh, okay. Thanks.
Yeah.
You
So
can change
yeah,
that document.
yeah, that one's yours. What else? There were many players that complained about slow play that the podium staff heard. Like all events, people commented that the food in the event room concession was boring and or cold. The new cafe, Rogue River restaurants as well. Podium staff were not made aware of the ring game held on Thursday night. A number of the players apparently had word there was one and were asking podium staff how to get on it because they didn't know about it. Staff told those asking that the ring game had been held on Fun Day. It was only a couple hours before the start when a Western BCA board member was at the podium and we learned it was to happen. Players asked where the announcement was made. The only prior notice the podium manager found was a post from Hanna made on his own page on Wednesday night, and one later posted to the unofficial Western BCA page by a Western BCA player. Nothing was found posted on Western BCA website or Facebook page prior to the start. Podium manager overheard 2 higher Fargo players complaining about not being able to get on it. And one was commenting that you got to be in the exclusive group to play in it. Is obviously not good for Western BCA. Podium staff did their best to make the sponsor announcements provided by Western BCA board as scheduled, provided list, maintaining the times desired. However, this is not always possible as the times that they had put their podium activities, they had to put their podium activities first. Staff did make up the announcement by grouping all a different scheduled time. In the interest of time saved, vendor announcements should be provided to the podium manager prior to start of the event. Current process is for the podium manager to visit each of the vendors to ask them what they would like to have announced. This is usually done after Fun Day. Provided by the vendor coordinator ahead of time, and info would be announced days earlier and vendors would not be questioning when their announcements would happen. The same note, and if made possible, if provided prior to event, podium manager could create a presentation that could constantly run on one of the screens in the event room. Reality is a lot of players complain about all the announcements repeatedly being made. Security turned in multiple items, lost and found. Emergency, car towing, etc. was required. Podium staff and page players for emergencies, car towing, etc. At least 3 years of prior lost and found items were sorted into 4 categories: rack, templates, clothing, pull tools, and others. Myself and Elaine went through the items and disposed of broken and/or gross clothing or items. During the week, a few people asked about items they lost during the 2025 8-ball, and some will return. If during this year's 9-ball event, someone asked about a lost template or a pocket chucker, reasonably close to one in the older lost and found container, but their item was not recorded. On the last day of the event, Ed Slade placed all the remaining items on the table, and an announcement was made by podium staff for players to help themselves to the items. And that was it. So does anybody have any questions for Elaine?
Lawrence, I'll get you a copy of that. You had asked for it, so I'll send it to you.
All right, thanks.
Oh, or do you want me to send it to him?
Oh, yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
I can do that too, so
Just fix that one item that laptop is actually the podium's. I wasn't aware of that.
Oh,
it was your
yeah.
personal.
Yeah, no, the other one's mine.
Okay.
Thank you, Elaine, and
Yep.
great job.
Thank you.
And I do know that when you guys are constantly repeating like the advertising and the sponsors and all that, a lot of people will kind of tune it out because it feels repetitious. And so you're just focusing on playing your match and you're not listening necessarily to what's going over the loudspeaker. But I do like your idea about doing some type of a presentation on one of the TVs or something too. Would be pretty cool.
Yeah.
So go ahead, Nikki.
This is more of just a question about the ring game because I thought this year it got advertised a little better than last year. So the problem is on getting it out there is we don't know when it's going to be until we see how all the brackets and stuff lay out and when it's going to be the most convenient for as many people. And I know this time we did like a 48 bracket instead of a very small bracket the time before to make it so anybody that wanted to get in could get in. I know Jackson could talk more about it than me, but I know I'm enough of a part of it that I definitely want to make sure everyone knows. So how should we get it out there? And is that like what should be the protocol on how we get it to Elaine so she can start telling people because you're right, whoever was complaining about it, it just means that we haven't advertised it well enough. So how should we do it better next time? Tammy, you got a plan on how we should do it better?
There was quite a few people that came up. I think Lawrence does a good job on the Facebook page. We might not know the time, but if he could get it out there on social and then just say, stay tuned, most people are looking at that. When I told one person, oh, well, apparently it was on Ra's page, he's like, oh, really? I mean, I get the point, so it's a really popular thing. I think, Jackson's hit on something really good. A lot of people want in. I think it's going to get to the point he's going to have to limit it, or we're going to have to steal some of those minis from Bad Boys.
We can't do any more than 48.
Oh, okay. Well, that I don't know. Okay, but it's really popular, Jackson. So you got a good thing going. I think it's just getting the word out to everybody.
Understood. We'll keep thinking about that.
Rob Cameron.
I just wanted to say thanks to that podium team that you put in a lot of work, and that's awesome. And then my only comment on the ring game is past champions should be able to get in it.
Sure, that's a good idea.
Like a free entry for it?
No.
Oh,
just
like
assured
first
it,
to
assured
sign
it
up.
You're going to have 100 people want to get in it or more in March.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
Well, the hard part is March is even more difficult because it's 8-ball. I have talked with some others that are interested in doing a separate ring game, so we have two. But again, it's extremely difficult to figure out tables and timing, especially during 8-ball. I thought I was doing a good thing, and I do believe it was a good thing for 9-ball and getting it to 48 because so many players wanted to play, and I made a concerted effort to try and start it even sooner so we could get done earlier, because Raw is as dedicated as he is with Western BCA, and every year we've been finishing at midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning. So I thought, I'm going to start it at 4 o'clock. We still got done at 1 o'clock in the morning. So that was due to the fact that we doubled it because so many people wanted to play. So there is some difficulty in that, and it's going to be a work in progress as it has been. And so all this feedback is very helpful.
Elaine.
Yeah, Jackson, is it possible, like, a lot of people will play, do we have to be out of the room at 2? I guess that's a question. Is it us wanting out of the room, or is it Chinook wanting us out of the room? Maybe it starts later, and some people will play all night long, even when they got a 9 a.m. match. I mean, I would just throw timing out there for you.
Well, that's a great question. I don't know that I can technically answer that, but my understanding is that whenever the room has people in it, there needs to be a tournament director on staff. And if that tournament director does not want to be there until 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning, then we've got to shut down that room. That's my understanding. Tammy, I don't know if you have any other input on that or not.
Well, and I know it's gone for till 2:30 ish, whatever. In the past, when Kobe at Bad Boys was there running some of the minis and stuff really late that time of the night, he stayed and then he made sure that the doors got locked up. It should be a tournament official per se that's there, which Mike Gordon usually likes to work the late nights because he'll stay there till midnight, 1, 2 o'clock in the morning or whatever. And then he makes sure that the doors get locked up by security before going, because we don't, even though the majority of stuff with all the vendors is locked up, closed up, but we don't want any chances of anything getting stolen either. So go ahead, Elaine. Did you have something else, Elaine?
Yeah, I don't know if Brittany's here, but I got to tell you, people were really jazzed by that $2,000 thing. So good for you.
Is Brittany here? I thought I saw her earlier, but yeah, no, thank you, Brittany. That was very nice of you guys to sponsor the ring game. Okay, so moving on to tournament committees.
Board chair
Oh.
report, I think.
Oh, yeah, board chair. Sorry. Lawrence.
Hi, it's me. What do I got for you? The board and officers have met 3 times since August 1st. So just before our last meeting, I didn't include that in the last meeting because it just got done the Friday before. So, some things we talked about in the August 1st meeting. We discussed the website and member site update. I gave everybody a run through of what it looked like. The board and officers discussed fun day events, who was allowed to play in fun day, as well as minis. When it was determined as long as they were members who had paid their association dues, we allowed them to play. For minis, if members were not signed up for the event, then they could play, but they need to pay a daily greens fee or a weekly greens fee if they weren't registered for the event, right? We also discussed which events would be held for Fun Day. We talked about taking online signups and payments for Fun Day with input from the treasurer. We voted on that. It was discussed that we do online payments and online signups. That seemed to have worked pretty good. The only stipulation to that was that there would be no refunds, just because it's hard to refund that after we've taken payments just like a week before the event. And there would also be no substitution because we won't have to track down people to swap out payments and make sure that was taken care of. So that's why we did it the way we did it. For tournament items, the board talked about player info sheet getting updated, inquired about the room across the hall. In a board only session at that meeting, we discussed the recent meeting with the attorney that we covered at the last membership meeting. For the September 5th meeting, we discussed Western Washington BCA League and how they run their sessions. Pat Mitchell was at that meeting, provided some input to that as well. We discussed vendors and raising the vendor per square footage fee from $2.50 to $5 per square foot for all 2026 events. Everybody was in favor of that vote. November 7th meeting, we discussed room and food voucher distribution. We discussed exemption guidelines and a definition of a session. We discussed the 8-ball caps release info because that stuff is staying the same. So those are already out, being put out. We discussed possible of changing the head tournament referee to Lance. That was voted on as well, and majority was in favor of having Lance be our new head referee at our events. We also discussed the main meeting location, and we're still trying to find a location for that with Tammy's help. She's reached out to some players as well to find out some stuff for Western Washington, I guess. So we'll see how that's go. And I don't have anything else. If anybody has questions, I will answer those. Arlen.
Why did we need to change head referees? What was wrong with Dwayne? That's one thing I'd question. Why to Lance instead of Dwayne?
It was a request from one of the tournament officials, and we took a vote on it to discuss it. Ed, do you want to speak more on that?
Basically, because Dwayne hasn't been to half of the events for the last year. And I mean, let's have somebody that's going to be there.
Okay. I was just curious. I mean, I thought Dwayne did a great job when he was, doing what he's doing, arranging referees and everything for us. So I was just concerned of why the change. What I guess the question is, what tournament official didn't want him there? Can we throw that out and see who?
It wasn't a didn't want, it was a better suggestion to have Lance because he's been at the last 2 events where Dwayne hadn't been. And
Okay.
also there's a difference in attitudes when Lance is there versus when Dwayne's there.
Okay.
As far as interacting with other players, there's a difference between that.
Okay.
Elaine?
Yeah, I also think isn't Dwayne now doing more international stuff? So it kind of takes him away from, that's probably why he hasn't been at the local. I think I remember him telling me he was more doing that. He was in charge of some group doing that. I don't know.
Thank you, Elaine. Sue?
I just had a question. I was at the meeting where this was decided. Did someone tell Lance and Dwayne this before we brought this out in the public? Has anyone made them aware of this? That we were
I am
switching?
not. I'm not aware of that.
We probably should have done
But
that
I know
before
that.
talking about that in front of everybody. Just
Maybe.
a thought.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, that's fine.
Hand down now.
Sam?
Darn thing keeps moving. Okay, so let me get this straight. I actually invited Dwayne to the meeting to talk about the my agenda item. Maybe I guess according to Julie, she could see if he's here or not. But okay, he's not here. Maybe so. I just can't fathom that you've dropped Dwayne as the head ref, but you didn't inform him of it. And then you're picking Lance. Have you informed Lance? Or even talked to him? Can he commit to all of our events? Because I certainly had a problem with Dwayne just not showing up and assigning somebody else to be a head referee. That really bothered me, and I totally understand it. But informing people is kind of a big oversight.
Yeah, it may very well be. And as far as I know, he may have been informed. I don't have that answer for you right now. So,
okay, has anybody talked to Lance? I mean,
again,
you're assigning him to be the head ref, and you haven't even talked to him yet.
Yeah, it was a vote on Friday, so 2 days ago.
Okay, so is that a yes or no?
I'm sorry, no, it was the last week. No, sorry, it was last week. It was last Friday. No, I have not told Lance and I have not told Dwayne, but I also would not normally do that anyway. So, but I can do that right now.
You wouldn't? I would think you would talk to people first and communicate.
I would think that it wouldn't be my job necessarily to do that, Sam.
Maybe Lance is retiring because Bill is retiring from.
Well, I know that Lance is not retiring.
Okay, well, okay.
So just like I said, it's normally not my place to tell him, and I have somebody that can tell him, and I guess I will direct that person to do that.
Okay, if it's not your place to tell him, then it's not your place to make the announcement then either. I mean, people should be informed of this stuff before you make the announcement.
I guess I could have not.
That's the only
I guess
point.
I should have left it out of the board report then. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, exactly.
Oh, okay.
You haven't talked to anybody, and you're throwing out Lance as a head ref. Maybe he doesn't want to.
And we could deal with that at that point.
He was definitely the head ref for the last two events.
Okay, so I'm going to jump in real quick. So Lance, yes, Lance was the head ref along with Bill Doherty for the last two events because unfortunately, Dwayne's mother is also having medical or health issues and up there in age, so he's had to be taking care of her and issues with her was one of the reasons why he hasn't been able to make it. So I do know that Bill is getting up there in age. I have not heard about him retiring yet or anything, but in the past I've still dealt with Dwayne, but Lance was the head ref. So actually him and Bill were the head refs together. And when Bill wasn't there, then it was Dwayne and Lance that were head refs or whatever. So anyways, go ahead, Arlen.
Just for clarification, right now at this point, we have no head referee in place with the organization for our tournaments. Is that correct, Lawrence?
I don't know that that's necessarily a true statement because we can always have a head referee. We can make Dave our head referee. He's trained to be a referee, so we can make him our head referee if we choose to. So we always have one. And he's also the head of the tournament he's a tournament director, so we should be fine with that.
We also don't have an event coming up for 4 months either.
True. Any other questions? Thank y'all.
Okay, so moving on to committees. Tournament committee.
All right. So I want to kind of capitalize on what everybody else has said, and I'm just going to reiterate that in the tournament committee report, I am proud to share that the Western BCA 9-ball event was widely regarded as one of the best tournaments in recent years. This success is due in large part to the incredible group of volunteers who dedicated their time, all of them using their personal vacation days to make the event possible. First and foremost, thank you to every single volunteer who helped before, during, and after the event. Your dedication and hard work are what makes our tournaments great. I want to give a little bit of extra recognition to the tournament committee. I'd also like to give a special recognition to our tournament committee who devoted an hour and a half to 2 hours every week for most of the past 6 months and beyond. Their teamwork and thoughtful discussions led to meaningful improvements in both event processes and player experience. Our committee members are Dave Chavez, who is also our tournament director, Chris Nordling, Autumn Frampton, Ed Slade, Mike Deichman, Vic Albertson, and on occasion as an advisory to the committee, Rick Jones with Bad Boys. Our event changes and highlights. Several key changes were introduced this year, some more visible than others. Reduced singles divisions. The total number of singles divisions was streamlined from 7 to 5. The divisional splits were adjusted to work effectively within a 65% Fargo spread. While this change initially caused some concerns, many players rose to the challenge. In several cases, lower ranked players performed exceptionally well, some even defeating the top Fargo rated players in their bracket and also cashing in their divisions. As a result, those players' Fargo ratings will be increasing, reflecting their growth and performance. Scotch doubles rule adjustment. The rule was changed to allow the non-shooting partner to stand in front of the table while their team is at the table. This modification was intended to speed up play and enhance overall flow, and early feedback has been positive. Elite Division Fargo cap adjustment. The elite level Fargo cap was reduced from 626 and above to 600 and above. This change encouraged and produced greater participation from both veteran elite players and new competitors entering this range. I'm also happy to say that we had multiple players under 626 cash in this event and others that were 1-1 away from finishing in the money. We also had several individuals 599 and under voluntarily step up and prove that they can rise to the occasion, even beating some elite players. Special congratulations to Alex Brown, who placed second as a 625 rated player, defeating several top tier opponents. His Fargo has since risen to 631, a well-deserved reflection of his performance. In closing, I'll end with this. This year's event demonstrated the power of collaboration, adaptation, and community. The tournament committee's commitment to improvement and the volunteers' dedication ensured that this event not only ran smoothly, but also set a new standard for future Western BCA events. When we challenge ourselves, it becomes an opportunity to grow and succeed. Thank you again to everyone who contributed to this success. And that's it.
Okay, does anybody have any questions for Jackson? Elaine?
I don't have a question, but Jackson, and about the getting the data into Fargo, I believe we pay Bad Boys to do that, but boy, Bonnie did that in record time, and I think everybody's really happy about it. So kudos to Ms. Bonnie.
Thank you for pointing that out.
Yeah.
That is amazing.
Yeah.
And thank you. I mean, yes, first and foremost, thank you, Bonnie. But also thank you, Fargo, because I think that's the fastest they have also got it updated. So that's awesome.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else have any questions for Jackson? If not, I'll move on to competition committee, but that would be Bob, and Bob's not here. Promotion sponsorship committee, Nikki.
So Sue did all the hard work for us because she put the financial report together. Let's see if I can share my screen. Do a little sharing. Let's do maybe this one first. So Elaine had brought up about the announcements and how some people were complaining that it's annoying. And so we do want to try to make it so we're not disrupting the players at all, but we definitely want to be able to, we still want to be advertising to them. Like when you go cash your check of winnings, and it's a lot bigger than it would be if nobody was adding extra money in there. Like we just need to practice getting used to hearing that, I guess, because what would you rather have, not hearing it and a baby check, or hearing it and there's a lot more winnings? And maybe you guys can decide as members, because maybe we don't want that. Okay, so this was the report. First, I want to say who's on this committee. Jackson's on this committee, Aaron is on the committee, Ed, Sue's on the committee, and then Tammy has the ability to join anytime she wants. Occasionally Raw will come on, occasionally Tony Bloom comes on and gives their opinions about what we can do to make it better. We meet up every single week on Tuesday at 5 o'clock. So these guys don't get really any compensation for putting this effort into doing this. Because they're not working, like when it comes to vouchers and hotels and stuff like that, the people that get that are the people working during the event. And these are people that work before the event starts. So they're doing this just because they love the sport. They love the Western BCA. They want to see it improve and do better. So I love working with them. I am so lucky to get to work with this group of people. Every week it's inspirational and we come up with great ideas. So here is just a quick rundown of what people are donating. And when you take into consideration, Chinook Winds gave $18,000, and then all the other sponsors, including Savage, that gave $2,000 for the ring game event, ended up being $39,000. And some of it was trade, like Wolfpack's, our website stuff. He had added extra stuff on the website that he put in trade instead of charging us and instead of him paying. And CSI puts in stamp money that goes towards it also. They put in $4,200, so half of it went to this event. And then where does it get spent? Well, we spend it on streaming, we're paying the streamers to come. We paid a photographer. We've had a photographer before, but the agreement was that all the players were going to pay for their photos, and people just used their photos anyways without paying. And it gave a real bad taste to the photographer that did a bunch of work and didn't make any money. So I think that it was really a good win-win that the photographer makes money and he can just give the photos to everybody without charging any fee. There's no royalties. You just get to have the photo. And it takes a lot of work to take the photos, and then the editing probably takes 2 or 3 times longer to do the edits than it actually does to take the photos. So hopefully next year, maybe we can do more photos so more people get their photo taken also, which would be fantastic. But as of right now, I thought that was a huge win. We added money to Fun Day, $2,000. $3,000 to the Second Chance tournament. The volunteer shirts, $337. The people that are volunteers during the event, that they got a shirt to remember. Wall prizes, $1,800 if your name was on the wall to come get something. And then I'm not sure about how the shirts of the resale, it says $3,800. I'm not really exactly sure about all that. And then the rest of the money goes back into prizes, or it just goes back into the main account that's going to get distributed out to the next event. So I'm really excited about this. I'm excited for the next event. We're already starting to have meetings last week. So again, every Tuesday. And when it comes to like, if anybody wants to get involved, let me know. I'm more than willing to have more people involved on our team. If anybody wants to donate an hour or a couple hours a week for the whole year for free, because you hopefully somebody says thanks maybe, but that's really the reward that you get for doing this. But if you guys are interested, anyone's interested, please let me know. And if you're interested in being a sponsor, please let me know. And then that we are collecting sponsors already. I don't know if we actually have anybody that's committed to the next event or not yet, but we will be collecting them shortly. Then if somebody wanted to be an event sponsor, so this is just from Ra's feedback so far, and I haven't got everybody else's. I'm still going to need the on the wire, or not on the wire, Evo Sports feedback and Depop's feedback. But YouTube got over 30,000 views. Facebook got almost 21,000 views. There were 1,700 viewers, and 1,409 people had responded. So if you have a business that potentially you would like to advertise to our players, this is a really good way to get your logo and your name out there. And then one added piece that we would like to do, and I haven't figured out how we're going to do it yet, but something we'd like is on those announcements that the podium has to make, that we want to do maybe like 15-second recorded commercials where the person at the podium just hits the button, and maybe in between songs it has a 15-second little spot, just like a normal commercial that would pop up in music anyways. And then it's easy to remember, it's easy to do. The people at the podium that are kind of embarrassed, or they don't feel as comfortable talking on the microphone, that it would help all of that. Let's see. I think that's all I have about that. Does anybody have any questions for me? One last thing.
Can you show that chart again, please?
Yes. Are you talking about the chart with like how much people paid?
Yeah, the donations.
Share my screen. Yep. And we want to be as transparent as possible on everything all the time. And that's something I really liked about Lawrence's presentation before mine. Like, sorry, sounds like we might have jumped the gun on announcing it to all the members first about how we voted on things. But at the same time, our goal is to be as transparent as we can. And if we mess up on timing, we're going to get better and better as we go. We're trying our best. I hope everybody recognizes that. And there's a couple hands up. I think Tammy's hand was first. Tammy.
So I appreciate everything that you guys have done. Is there any way, and I'm going to present this to all of the committee chairs, that you guys can get your reports out to us in Julie's email so that we can actually see it? Because I'm having a hard time visualizing this on my computer because I can't blow it up. And
Okay.
I just like all the committee chairs, used to have to send their report out with the secretary used to send out the reports from all the committee chairs and everything with the meeting notice. And it would be great to have this in my hand. Thank you.
Yeah. Elaine?
Yeah, great job to the sponsorship committee. I had no idea the tally was so high, so that is really super awesome. I'd also like to, there are businesses, but then there's also leagues that are donating money too, and I think that's really, really cool. So anyway, great job, sponsorship committee. And I did hear a couple people up on the podium because we overhear a lot of traffic going by. We hear lots of conversations, good and bad. That people were commenting that the payouts were a little bigger this year. So that goes to the sponsorship committee. So good job, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, Elaine. And really, Elaine should be part of the sponsorship committee too, because once we do stuff, then we hand her this big list and say, here, can you help us do all the stuff that we promised these sponsors that we were going to do for them? And then Elaine has to be the one to do it. So thank you so much, Elaine, for all that you do to make it happen for the word to get out. And Ed.
Yeah, just a couple of things. It says not paid from Diamond and not paid from Bad Boys, and they did pay those. We got the 1,000 from Diamond, and Rick did pay the 150, and that was trade too for running Fun Day for nothing. He does it for nothing. And we also traded with Littman Lights. We hung his banner in the pool room in Lincoln City, and he hung our banner at the Northwest Cup last week, and Raw gave us mention every time he had a commercial. So that was pretty cool to hear, actually.
Yes.
Thank you, Ed. I wasn't even paying attention to those pieces. Yeah, this was this part of the report was before those got paid. So I am so sorry that I didn't like hide those screens or something because those aren't. Thank you, Ed, very much for adding those. Sam.
Yes, congratulations, the entire sponsorship committee. This is wonderful. I've never seen this in any of the time of Western BCA. I'm really proud of you guys and all the work. This is wonderful. Thank you for doing it. Thank you for your efforts. This is great.
I appreciate that a lot. Thank you, Sam. Lawrence.
Just to give you some numbers for the traffic for the YouTube page, the Western BCA page. Sunday, October the 12th, we had 4,752 views. And for the 16th, which was Thursday, that was our highest views, was 7,441.
That is awesome.
For a brand new channel.
Yeah.
Oh, and thank you to everybody that got signed up for that, because if we wouldn't have subscribed to the YouTube channel, we would have only been able to put on YouTube videos until about noon every day, and then it would have froze us out from adding any more. So a big, huge shout out to everybody that subscribed to the channel. It was a huge, this wouldn't have been able to happen without you guys doing that. Does anybody else have any questions or comments or anything before I hand it over? I don't see any, so I think back to you, Tammy.
Thank you, Nikki, and thank you to the sponsorship committee. They did a good job this year. It was amazing. And as far as the Lance and Dwayne Payne thing goes, Dwayne Payne already knows because I just received a text. So, moving on is media and website committee. Lawrence.
That's me again. Hi, everybody. We did talk about YouTube. That's going fairly well. As we progress through things, we can start getting things pushed out faster. Obviously, live streams are important for that. Thanks to Evo for letting us do all that stuff. There was a portion during the event where YouTube said, hey, you've had too many streams started. And they don't tell us what that number is. Talking to Justin Lee, who does their operations side of things. They don't tell us what that number of new streams is that you get cut off at. And Justin thought it was because somebody would, every time they put in something into the Evo Sports module, it actually starts the stream, makes a request. But if they screw something up and they back out of it and start over again, that's another new request. So we reached our limit of new requests. So at some point, I think it was for maybe teams, they had to scramble one day to move everything over to the Evo Sports channel just for one day, and then they moved it back to our channel. We're working on getting cat flyers done. We got some input on that. Oh, the team for that is pretty awesome. It's Sophia Tran, Tracy Self, Elaine Everly, Shirley Morgan, obviously myself, and Nancy Kennedy. And you know, every time we have conversations, oh, I forgot Chris Robbins. I forgot about Chris Robbins. Thanks, Autumn, for reminding me. Chris Robbins also, she did a lot of the flyers for the last event. I got her some food vouchers for that too. That was pretty awesome for those people that gave those back. We got to give her a chance to do those at the end of the week, so that was awesome. And we're just kind of trucking along, getting Facebook posts done, monitoring that stuff. Seems to be going pretty good. Questions for me on that side of the house?
No question, but a huge thank you.
Elaine.
Yeah, Lawrence. So any idea when we're going to get back to working on the voting application?
That's a good question. I currently don't have one. I have to get some website things straightened out. We have to get the Fargo thing worked out as well. I should have talked about that a little bit too. I forgot about it. So Fargo importing is kind of weird for certain people like myself and Jackson and Vic and a couple other ones who have truncated CSI numbers for Fargo.
Ah.
They're shortened. Those don't import correctly from Fargo, so it's not constantly updating. There's been a recent change with some things from CSI because our website pulls the weeks off of the CSI BCA lookup. That happens at 6 p.m. There's an issue with that because when they do events, it causes havoc with their system. So we have to work out a way to either change the time for that or how we can do things better, schedule it better, I think. So,
okay, I just don't want that dropped. It's important.
Yeah, I know it's in the air still. I haven't forgot about you. Okay.
Anybody else have it? Oh,
I do. I'm sorry, just for the minutes. What is the actual name of this committee? I have it like 3 different ways. So is it the Media and Website Committee? Is it the Communications and Technology Committee? That's that one. Communications and Technology.
Yeah, that's how Tammy named it when she first emailed me. Unless she wants to change it, she's the boss. So
okay.
You're muted, Tammy.
And I just haven't changed it on any of the agendas.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that I have it.
Okay, so moving on. So the bylaws committee, actually, is Bill Henderson even here? Seeing him on here, is
No, he's not here.
Okay. So Bill Henderson was the committee chair for the bylaws bylaws and policies and procedures committee. And so he had stepped down, and I talked to Arlen, and Arlen accepted taking on as chair. He was already on the committee, so he just stepped up to take the chair position on the bylaws committee. And actually Bill, I believe, is still in the committee. He just stepped down as chair, correct, Arlen? But anyway, so
Correct.
if you want to welcome Arlen, and if Arlen has anything to say as far as the bylaws committee goes, and I'll let him talk if he wants to.
Hi, thanks for that, Tammy. Yeah, a lot of us knew, some of us didn't. I guess the Bill stepped down from the chair. Again, Tammy asked me if I would step up since I was on the committee and been involved. Since taking over as chair, I have been wading through files and files and files and trying to organize a lot of different things. In the bylaws, for one, and the policies and procedures are a whole nother swamp that needs to be tackled. So I have really no report other than I've been wading through a lot of different things, trying to make sense of it, organize, evaluate the priorities of each, and going through. So if you have any questions about the bylaws or the policies and procedures, I can try and answer them for you. But we're not ready to present things at this point until the committee and I have formally reached an agreement. So, questions? Elaine.
Yeah, Arlen, I'm not interested in joining the committee, but if you need people to proofread documents, I'll definitely do that. I used to do that for a living, so I can help with that. If you get to a point where you have documents.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It's like Mikey.
Yeah. Did you say Mike D, Arlen?
I did.
I just I don't know. I'm willing to look at the changes that you make, but I don't have to be on. I don't have to be shown the changes that you make. My request though is I've been shown them before by Bill and Sam, and I've requested repeatedly that they highlight what it used to say and highlight what they changed it to. Previously, when they would send those out, there was no way to tell what it used to say and what they changed it to unless you read every single word, and it makes it impossible to help proofread and edit the changes that you've made. I hope that makes sense.
Oh, perfect sense. We're actually working on and have a working document of a side-by-side comparison of old versus proposed. So it makes it a lot easier to see what has been and what we'd like to see versus what is there. So you don't have to wade your way all the way through the single one of them. It's just changes here to this section, and this section. If there's no changes, then there's obviously it's no changes. So that saves a lot of time on everybody, hopefully.
Right after.
Looks like, did that answer it for you, Mike?
Oh, 100%. Thank you, Arlen. And I'm sure we're on the same page. You and I tend to think the same way, so I'm sure we're good, man.
All right. Looks like Autumn.
Sorry, had to get my mic unmuted. First, I want to say, Arlen, thank you for taking this position on, because bylaws is something that's super important and it's a huge task. So thank you for being willing to do that. Just a couple of questions. One, can you tell everybody who is actually on the bylaws committee now?
I got a list from Bill because there was members on the committee that I hadn't worked with because they were working on the policies and procedures side. Bill kind of separated the committee. One group would be policies and procedures. The other one would be the bylaws. I was interacting with him on the bylaws section. So I do have a list. I don't have it in front of me. But I will be emailing everybody on the list that I got from Bill and asking if they want to continue on this since it's now official that I'm here. And if they, respond with yes, then great. If they don't want to, then no. There's hasn't been, as far as I know, I haven't made any changes other than adding my wife Kamatha on the committee for technical reasons because she can type a lot better than me, so we can go through things. But that's where we're at with that. I can get a list out to you. I can email it out. I can get it to Julie at some point if you're interested in who they are. But
Yeah,
I don't have.
I'd definitely like to know. I'm sure everybody else would like to know too. And so I'm taking it that you guys nobody's really officially met yet since nobody's been contacted.
No, not necessarily. Not people on the policies and procedure side, other than Lawrence and I talking, because he was dealing with Bill on that with the policies and procedure side. Which, thank you for all those wonderful, wonderful files that are a mile deep, Lawrence.
You're welcome.
Right. Thank you, Arlen.
Sam. Sam Rabito.
Hello, actually, Doug Gibb.
Oh, hey, Doug.
I volunteered with Bill for policies and procedures specifically, as that is my 9 to 5. I don't know where to access those documents, and I was going to ask can we put those on the website or a link to them on the public posting site, also for not just for me, but for transparency. Thank you.
Yeah, I would love to get the policies and procedures out as soon as they're approved and out to the public. Again, they're a working document, so they are going to change in aspects of changing with the times. But yeah, when they're approved and I got them through and organized, sure, I'd love to get them out so everybody has an opportunity to see what we're doing and what they are and all aspects of transparency.
Thank you. And if possible, when you reach out, because I'm sure my name is on that list to email me, yes, I will continue. But if you could send me a link as well, just so I can see what we got to work with.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Looks like Nancy.
I just want to reiterate what Elaine said is that I did offer my help as a technical writer previously, but I haven't received any feedback. But I would like to offer my help for creating consistency and technical assistance in the documents once you have them.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Now on ABC News Live.
I don't see any other hands up. Anybody else have anything of me? All right. Well, that's it then.
Awesome.
Back to Tammy.
Awesome. Thank you, Arlen, and thank you for stepping up to work on that. Okay, so moving on. How about the tournament registrar if she wants to talk and how things went and whatnot? Pat?
Okay, I sent out a wrap-up document just to give you a heads up on what was going on. I was really impressed with the new website that we have, with the registration part of it and the player lookup. I can't believe how much time it saved. I can roughly say 300 to 350 hours per event that it had saved in verifying players and the online registrations and the Fargo ratings, dues paid. It's just an awesome website. Love it. Thank you so much, Deepak and Wolfpack Services. Getting back to the event, we had 28 new players under 100 robustness with Fargo ratings between 201 to 253. The lowest was a 201 and they had a robustness of 48. The 553 had a robustness of 63. And as far as I can tell, the ratings and for those players did not go up that much after the event. I checked on a random selection to make sure that there wasn't somebody sandbagging or having two CSI numbers playing on the lower rated one. We had 51 players with 101 to 199 robustness and Fargo ratings between 165 and 631, which to me, having that many new players is a tribute to the whole team. We had 1,043, including 2 juniors. That's a total number of players. We had 250 pairs, 244 teams. Because they changed the cap on the elite singles, we were up to 49. Division singles with 4 divisions was 612. Last 8-ball event, our payouts were improved from the last 8-ball event to roughly 179,000, which I think Sue in her report went into more detail on that. I do know that we had no team registration or no team check-ins unless there were changes. That went incredibly well. We had so many good comments because if you didn't have a change, you didn't need to check in, and the brackets were able to be done sooner, so we didn't have to wait. And I had so many comments about how easy it was to register this time online. They were a little confused. Some of them, not computer literate, had troubles, but our support services and Wolfpack services helped get those players in the system and being able to register. So kudos to everybody that worked on that, and looking forward to 8-ball season. Any questions?
Go ahead, Suzanne.
Pat, you mentioned the number of players that were under a 200 robustness, and I did receive some questions and some concerns from some players regarding the fact that they had either gone down or gone up. In one particular instance, it was a team that had gone down because they had been all entered at like a 450. And they had gone down significantly. So they had asked, they had come up to the podium and asked if they could play in a lower, play in the bronze division for the second chance because their current Fargos were so low. So with that being said, Lance was actually sitting at the podium when that happened, and he did offer that he can review those robustness under 200 to review their performance rating if he gets a list prior to the event. So I'm just offering that up, that Lance did say that he does have access to that program, and that would help with additional information that might prevent, the I guess the ups and downs of the Fargos for people that are under the 200 robustness. I did indicate to those players that they should check with their league operator, because the league operators do have the ability to adjust their Fargo rating. They have the ability to adjust their starter rating once they start playing, but not after they reach the 200 robustness. So that's the advice I gave them, and then Lance offered his assistance. So moving forward, I'm wondering if that's something we should take advantage of so that we do have a little bit better feel for those individuals that are new.
Yes, and I agree. I did happen to talk with Lance after that, and as soon as I get the list, I can send it to Lance and have him do that for us. Another comment that was made, team wanted to move from a gold division to a silver division because their Fargos had changed. And this doesn't sound fair, but we had to do something. And when you register with your Fargo rate. If it goes down, that's not going to affect where you registered from because it's locked in from at the time you register. If you feel that your Fargo is going to go down, wait until it's at the end of registrations to see where it's at and then register your team. We only had 3 teams that moved up or down in the event. Second Chance is run by Bad Boys. So I would assume that if they put their team in there, they could do their current rating. I don't know if they use our ratings that are locked in or if they can change their ratings in the Second Chance. So, but I will keep that in mind. Thank you, Suzanne.
Lawrence.
Just to kind of add on to what Suzanne said, I know that Lance has reached out to Bob Olson to provide some assistance to the competition committee because that's where they're those kind of things for low Fargo robustness fall into for review for that stuff. So he's reached out to them with an idea. I think I don't know what if you've heard back from Bob or not. Secondly, I will add that Pat, you are amazing. I tell you this the whole time since we've been working on getting all these entries in. For those of you that don't know, she pretty much looked at every single player's information, and we have over 6,000 players in the database that are active. Pat went through majority of those, and it was impressive. So thank you.
Deepak.
Hi, everyone. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, first of all, thank you, Pat, for the kind words about the website. It really means a lot to hear the tangible impact of it. I also want to thank for the entire board and specifically Lawrence for helping us through with, building a website or a registration portal that would simplify the overall process. The collaboration is very important there, so thank you for that. With regards to the validation of 200 or less Fargo players, I had talked to Lance about it also, and like he had brought it up that there might be a way to technically solve this problem. And I know Lawrence, we are trying to get help and work with Fargo. So this performance rating is something that if we get the right content from Fargo, we can show it directly in that membership database, as you call it, or the list of members. And then it will be very easy for you to, as soon as people sign up, it will flag whoever has that less than 200 robustness, and you'd be able to export that list and send it over real time. So yeah, I mean, we need that collaboration with Fargo now with the recent thing that has come up with CSI, but it can all be done real time if we get that info. That was
Thank you. Thank you, Deepak. Arlen.
Hey, Pat, thanks for doing a great job. Quick question. The team check-in, non-check-in that, whatever it was this year, I saw a lot of and heard a lot of confusion over the fact that people were, well, we have to go check in our team. Where are we checking our team? They don't have a spot. We've always had to check in our team. Where was it actually posted that there was going to be no team check-in unless there was changes? Because I never saw it, and I was concerned that my team wasn't going to get checked in because we weren't there in enough time. So can you tell me where that was at?
I think Lawrence or somebody posted it on Facebook. And I believe there was a a little spot on the website as well. I don't remember.
Yeah, correct.
But yeah, I think it was posted. So I don't know how to reach out to people that don't have Facebook or check our website. It might be beneficial for our league operators to let our players know that the member site is a free sign up. And they could go through on the website and be able to see the announcements a little easier than Facebook. I'm not sure. That's the technical side.
Okay, I was just concerned because, like I said, I heard confusion of people trying to figure out where to check in and then getting told, well, you don't have to, so don't worry about it. So it was news to me since we've been doing it in the past. So, we've had to check in, we had to verify there was no changes, all that good stuff. I love the idea that we don't have to check in if there's no changes. It definitely speeds up the process. It was what we did years ago, and then the process slowed down with the checking. So great, kudos. I just wanted to make sure it gets out there to the people. Maybe it should be on the website on the entry form that there is no more team check-in, type of thing, unless there are changes so that people are aware of it. Because I think that might be the first point of contact people are going to see. So
Yeah. Well,
just my
and
thought.
at this event, I did have my computer and my station set up on the far end of the room where people were used to going in to check in their teams. And quite a few came in and say, I'm here to check my team in. I said, do you have any changes? Nope, you're done. Oh, awesome. And off they go. I did that for that particular reason. People are used to having a place to check in, and I'm doing all my work while I'm sitting there, so it's not a big deal for me. I'm there for the players. So whatever makes it easier.
Okay. Yeah. Like I said, that was the only thing I had when it came to that was confusion was people were, where do we go and what do we do? And, oh, we're not doing it now. We did it before. We did it last year. We did it before. So communication's key. We all know that. Let's get it out as soon as possible that we know that we're not going to do something so that people know they don't have to or book an extra day just to come check their team in. So thank you.
Yep.
Nancy?
Hi, I just want to ask is concerning the Fargo rating for the second chance tournament. Is there a way to confirm that the rating is locked in at the time of registration, or the bad boys use the current Fargo rating for our next tournament, so that the players will know? End up voting in favor of releasing the files. What do you think that means for their political future?
I was not involved with the second chance, so maybe somebody else could answer that question.
I believe Bad Boys took all the second chance signups and ran them through Fargo to see where their rating was and then assigned them accordingly.
No, it didn't
they used
happen
what
that
was
way.
they used what was registered.
They used what was saved.
Okay.
Because that's why those other teams came up.
Gotcha. Okay.
Thanks.
Elaine?
Yeah, answer to Arlen's question. We put a sign up on the podium that says what time team registration is. A lot of people, when they came up to ask, we would ask them if they had any changes since they registered. And if they said no, then we told them they didn't have to. And also we made announcements too on the times that Pat was there, not constantly, but we did announce that if you had no changes, you did not have to visit Pat.
I appreciate that, Elaine. That's great. But when people are an hour or 2 hours away from the event and they know, oh, well, I got to be there the day before to check my team in, that's where I'm looking at it as cost incurred by our players just to show up and find out they didn't have to. That was my concern.
I think you're
Oh.
right on that point, Arlen, that if we could put something on the registration form stating that there's no team check-in, that might alleviate a lot of the problems. I'm done.
So Pat, thank you so much for what you do. You organize so much stuff. And if the board's ever a nightmare for you, I'm sorry that we definitely aren't meaning to put any extra pressure on you. I so appreciate what you do. And if there's a couple little hiccups here and there, like a Fargo changing or something, it's just a work in progress. But I thank you, thank you. And the part where Arlen was just talking about with making sure everybody knows. I think that this is going to be wonderful about what Lawrence and Deepak are doing with the website. That here pretty soon we will have a database where we have their emails, where we could send an email out saying, hey, you don't got to check in. I'm sure that Deepak right now already wrote on his list to add that to the entry form to say we don't have to do check-ins. So again, it's all just a work in progress. And when we look at that budget item of paying for a website, know that these are the things, these pain points that are going to start going away because we're paying up front to have this done. And that there's already a major noticeable difference, just like what you said about how much time it saved on getting it all set up. So again, Pat, thank you. I so appreciate all your effort.
Thanks, Nikki. Kantha.
I am so sorry I did not ask you this before now. I'm curious about the Fargo numbers that were used on Sunday. I had a player report that he thought he was put in for a Fargo number and his Fargo significantly dropped. And I went back to his history and it looked like he was used that the Fargos that were used were from last year or from March, and his Fargo went down. So I have a question and a comment. I'm curious what database or numbers you used for Fargo numbers. And then my comment is if you weren't using current Fargo numbers, then I'm hoping that our organization can find a way to pull current Fargo numbers into our database so that they're current versus 6 months old.
When you registered and I got the list, I looked the name up through Fargo rate, and whatever their rating was at that particular time of registration, that's what got put in, unless it's singles. If it was singles, I went through and I rechecked all of the singles before I sent the list into Bad Boys. And that's strictly through Fargo rate. So I've noticed that LMS shows a different Fargo rate than the actual Fargo rate website and the app. They're all three different. So I went with Fargo rate because that's what we're basing your rating on. So with the new website, and once they get the issue with the truncated ID numbers, that will update on a daily basis. So it will save me a lot of time when having to look at everything up because I can just go to their own member site.
Okay, because a player, he said, I think they entered me as, and I'm making up a number here, I think they entered me as a 555. And I'm like, you are not a 555. It wasn't on Fargo, it wasn't on LMS, which I know there's slight differences there. So I went back to his specific record, looked up his history. I'm like, the last time you were 555 was after, I said March, but I think I meant April, after our April tournament. So then I thought, oh goodness, I wonder if Pat is using data from March. So regardless, I didn't get a chance to talk to you specifically about the numbers that were actually submitted into Fun Day. So I will just take that offline and talk to you and not waste everyone's time. Thank you.
Yeah. Just to clarify, there were 2 or 3 that their numbers said 555 and they were actually a 425. I had 2 like that. Went back through and changed their ratings and moved them back into the bracket they were supposed to be in. So I might have missed the one that you were looking at, but I did make a couple changes.
Well, how odd I picked 555. It wasn't 555, but it went from 550 to 523. Anyways, I can talk to you separately. But I do hear that I'm hoping that all of our systems are going to be live and current up to date, so you can pull current up to date Fargos. Um, and I know how databases work, and so I know that they can be challenging. All right, I'm done. Thank you.
Yep.
Sue.
I just had a suggestion that maybe the information about team check-in could also be on the player information sheet. That's all I got.
Thank you. Jim Roberts.
Yes, she just said exactly what I was going to say. The player information sheet is the perfect place to reflect all of these changes because all the players are directed that they need to review the player information sheet. And that would be a perfect place to incorporate what's required for checking in or not checking in. And if there's other policy changes from one year to another year.
Yep, that does sound like a good idea for the player information sheet to have all that info there, all in one spot. Thank you, everyone. Any more questions for Pat? We will move on. Thank you, Pat. Okay, so old business. There was no old business, tabled business to be discussed from the last meeting. So we will, does everybody want to take like a 5-minute break?
Yes, please.
Okay, so we'll take a 5-minute break and then come back and we'll start on the new business.
Julie, it's Elaine. Do you know how I can send a message? Is that your cute little new puppy, by the way?
Oh my gosh. Well, he's about 4, but
Oh my God, adorable.
he's little.
Oh, Nikki is there. I was trying to reach Nikki because I couldn't find send a private message. So, Nikki, I have been working on those maps for you over here while I was on vacation. So I found tons of things. So I'm still got a couple more places to check, but I will send you a document with the links and then you'll have to take it from there.
That would be awesome. Thank you. When you're in chat, it should, I'm really excited. I'm looking forward to seeing what you come up with because my house is so upside down right now and it just got paint on it and we're about to start cleaning up. Our goal is that it's ready by Thanksgiving. That white wall doesn't matter, but just that we have a livable house.
Right.
But the wall is painted and it's painted flat, so it's ready for something like this. Yay, I'm excited to see what you.
Okay, I found Yakult on a lot of old things, so you'll have to decide which one you would like or which couple. I did find a survey for your property back in the 70s, but for older maps, you probably have to go to the site and find out. Sometimes they're downloadable for free and sometimes you have to pay, but I'll leave that to you. I'll just give you a list of what I found. Okay.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay, in the next couple weeks. And
Great.
I tried, the only thing I could find was message everyone. So that's why I'm yelling out to you.
Yeah, okay, so I got chat. So where it says message to and then it says message, send group message.
Yeah.
It doesn't give. Okay, I'll mess with this and see if
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, this is all I had to say. I just figured I'd use the break and let you know.
So where it says meeting group chat, to
Meeting
meeting
group
group chat,
chat.
you would click on that and then it'll allow you to select like an individual who you could message.
I see group chat. I see chat and hide chat, Deepak. And then I see message everyone. It used to be you could message, or maybe it's an upgrade. You could select a private name or everyone. It's okay. I don't usually send the messages. I just wanted to let her know that. So it's all good.
Sweet, thank you. Yeah, anybody curious to know, we're doing remodeling and we live way in the woods, and Chad wanted to paint a map of the parks that are around us because we live like right next to the national forest. So he wanted to use an old map and paint that on the wall like kind of like a wallpapery thing. And since Elaine did that kind of thing, she did maps for her career before. She's finding some really cool stuff for us. So yeah, thanks again. I'm excited.
Okay. All right, I'm going.
If you go to the list of participants and click on somebody's name, that's how you send them a private message.
Is everyone back yet?
Yep.
Okay, so shall we go ahead and move on to new business? We ready? You all ready? So Autumn Frampton has the number one to propose the bylaw amendment, Article 3, Section 11, quorum and voting, discussion and action for a better clarification. So Autumn, you have the floor.
All right, thank you. So first, I just want to say thank you to everyone for taking the time today to sit through this lovely meeting. Zoom meetings can be hard sometimes. And I think that everybody's doing a really good job of not talking over each other and letting everybody that has the floor get through their reports or whatever it is that they're talking about. So before I get started with mine, I just want to say I do have quite a bit of information. And when I originally filled out my agenda item, I had put on there that I needed, I think it says 20 to 30 minutes. So I want to try to make sure that I get through as much of that as I can. I want to start off with just a little tidbit while I'm opening up some stuff. I want everybody to know that I don't have anything in any of this. I'm not a player. So everything that I am proposing, I'm not trying to get anything out of it for myself. I'm not trying to get anything out of it for any one person. I care about the WBCA. Everybody in the WBCA has become some type of a family to me and to Lawrence. But just the fact that people have welcomed me in and allowed me to be part of this, because whether it's that they saw that I show up to all the meetings, with having nothing in it for me. Like I said, I'm not a player. But it intrigued me, and I started listening and I started watching. And once I did that, I realized that this was something that I was very passionate about. So I just don't want anybody to get the wrong impression as to why I've decided to do this. And of course, my computer will not open up what I wanted it to open up. So I'm sorry. Let me get to what I was trying to open up. So Arlen had the right idea. I believe that his idea was that there was too many issues with our voting process. We were trying to vote on things and things weren't getting passed, and we were going back and we were revoting again. And when I first put the agenda item in, I thought that what we were changing was for elections also. And the more I dived into it, the more I found that what was changed is not actually for elections. So the article that Arlen put in, and we all voted, well, I didn't vote on it, but everybody else voted on, is actually only to explain what our quorum is and how our quorum works and what a majority vote is. Elections in our bylaws have their own section. Right, sorry, Lawrence was trying to help me pull up everything. So I'm sorry, you guys. I had everything pulled up and ready, and then my computer froze on me. So here we go. Open up. Why is it not opening? I'm trying to open that one right there.
That's your proposal, Jen.
Oh. There it goes. And of course it's tiny. Sorry, I feel so bad because I'm not, it looks like I'm not prepared and my computer is. was slow. And then when I finally got it opened up, it's too little for me to read. So I will
Autumn,
just
do
pull
you
up.
want us to go to the next one?
No, I've got it. Nikki,
Okay.
I've got it. I'm sorry.
No,
Okay.
no, you're okay. I just wanted to
Yeah.
give you some,
I know.
come up with some
I'm so
options.
sorry.
No,
I'll
you're
just have
good.
to read it off of my phone because it's too little on the computer. So before, like I said, before I get into the proposal amendment, I want to clear up a few things, important things about how our bylaws work. I've done a lot of research on this because I wanted to make sure I fully understood everything before bringing it forward, and only spoke on things I felt confident were correct. One thing I learned as I dove deeper into my research is that the quorum and voting bylaws we're discussing today does not affect how we vote in elections. Elections are covered by their own completely separate section in our bylaws. What I also found is that our election bylaws are missing clarity in some places that don't even explain how to determine a winner. Since fixing that requires a separate amendment, and we cannot introduce new amendments at this meeting, I have submitted 2 separate agenda items so we can address the election bylaw issues that I found at our next quarterly meeting, which I believe should be sometime in January or February, whenever Tammy gets that scheduled and lets us all know. Now I want to explain why the quorum and voting section does not carry over to elections. This isn't just my interpretation. This comes from how nonprofit law works in Oregon under the ORS Chapter 65. Under ORS 65.244, Oregon law says that when a quorum is present, a majority vote decides member actions, unless the bylaws or articles require a greater vote. This applies to regular business motions, bylaws, amendments, budgets, and general member decisions. Elections, however, function differently. They involve multiple candidates, sometimes multiple seats, nomination rules, and different ballot structures. Because of this, elections are treated as a special process, not a general vote. Courts, parliamentarians, and nonprofit law do not assume that general voting rules automatically apply to elections unless the bylaws say so directly. Our bylaws do not say that elections follow the quorum and voting articles, so those rules do not automatically apply. That's why most nonprofits, including ours, have one article for quorum and voting and a completely separate article for elections. With that clarified, here's why I believe the quorum and voting section we can amend today needs to be updated. In our organization, members are the people allowed to vote. And when we vote on something as significant as changing our bylaws, it takes a 2/3 vote of the voting membership. Because that threshold is high, members need to clearly understand exactly how we vote yes or no and how those votes are counted. So here is my current, the current bylaw as it's written today states the attendance of 10 members at an association meeting shall constitute a quorum. A majority vote of the members voting shall be the act of the members, excluding those abstaining or blank votes, unless otherwise provided for by these laws. This wording sounds fine at first, but it's vague. The phrase members voting can be interpreted several different ways. Some people might think it means anyone eligible to vote. Others might think it means anyone who turned in a ballot, even a blank one. Others might believe it refers only to the yes and no votes. All of these interpretations are reasonable, but each one changes the math when you try to determine a majority. And when a bylaw amendment requires a 2/3 vote, we cannot leave room for interpretation. Another issue is that depending on how someone interprets the wording, something could pass with just a couple of votes, clearly not representing the true will of the membership. We need wording that prevents that possibility entirely. Here's the proposed improved wording. The attendance of 10 members at an association meeting shall constitute a quorum for the purpose of calculating a majority only yes and no votes shall be counted. Abstentions and blank ballots should not be included in the total when calculating the majority required for passage, unless otherwise provided for by these bylaws. This wording makes everything clear. Yes votes count, no votes count. Abstentions and blank ballots do not. There's no guessing, no debate, and no relying on past interpretations. It ensures that majority votes always reflect the actual choices made by the members who cast yes or no votes, which is especially important when 2/3 approval is required. It also protects future membership. Even if all of us understand the intention behind the current wording right now, bylaws need to stand the test of time. Clear language ensures future members don't misinterpret anything and keeps voting fair and consistent no matter who is in the room. And just to reassure everyone, this amendment does not change quorum. It does not change who can vote. It does not take away any rights, and it does not affect elections. It simply clarifies how a majority is calculated when our voting members vote on the things they are authorized to vote on. In short, the current wording works, but it can be read in different ways. The new wording is clear, simple, and ensures consistent, fair voting, especially when we need strong yes or no responses for bylaw changes. And bylaw changes is the number one thing, but there are other things that we vote on, and all of them need to be clear, and everybody needs to feel like their vote has been heard. So if anybody has any questions for me, I'm ready.
Rod Cameron, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm on the Western BCA website, and under section 11, quorum and voting, it says the attendance of 10 members at an association meeting shall constitute a quorum. A majority vote of the members voting shall be the act of the members unless otherwise provided by these bylaws. Is that not an accurate bylaw?
No, it just hasn't been updated yet. There was a new vote. There was an amendment that Arlen brought to the membership, and it was voted on.
When did that occur?
That would have been
February of 2025, Rob.
Yeah.
Okay. We are treading dangerous ground when we start messing with our bylaws. Frankly, the way the one on the website's written is clear. If you abstain, you just abstain. It's not a vote. So if 9 people abstain out of 10 there, the person that votes either approves yay or nay, and that one person is the act of the members. But I'm not sure we have more clarity by changing the bylaws again.
So, Rob, the way that it's worded now and the one that you're reading that's on the website, it says a majority vote on there, but it doesn't describe how you get to that majority vote. And that's
the only way to get to the majority vote is if 3 of the 5 members that vote yay, then the motion carries.
Correct. You understand that. But what about other people in the membership, and what about future memberships?
Yeah, I think these were written in 1996, so for 30 years or 29 years, they seem to work. I am opposed to changing bylaws. So that's my comment.
Oh, thank you.
Go ahead, Arlen.
Hi, Autumn.
Hi,
To
Arlen.
be clear, the verbiage of the current bylaws that I had amended is starting from a majority vote of the members voting shall be the act of the members excluding abstentions, acquiesces, and blank votes, unless otherwise provided for by these bylaws. Somewhere, someone dropped a word out of it. Maybe it's because people didn't understand what that was, but I believe that what I did was clarify what a majority is, because there was the problem we were having is people kept saying, well, we had 60 people in attendance, 10 of them decided to abstain, and we still needed 31 people to get a majority because we had 60 people in attendance. And that was where, by doing this and adding these words into this voting and the section under voting and quorum, it takes out blanks or abstentions to where they do not count towards the voting populace, therefore reducing the amount of the majority from 60 people in the room that 10 abstain to 50 people in the room that voted, making 26 the majority. That's where I don't understand, because when we vote on a motion, it's a yay or nay. And that is how you determine a majority, the amount of yays or nays. Either it's going to pass or it's going to fail. So I didn't quite understand when I read your proposal that you seem to think that only yes votes count. I wasn't quite sure
that's
in
not
that.
what Arlen, that's not what my proposal says.
In the
It's a
agenda item,
yes.
that's what it said.
It's a yes or a no vote.
Correct.
Those
But
are
in
the
your
only
agenda item explaining it, Autumn, you said some people feel that only a yes vote is counted.
correct with the current version, because there is nothing that describes that. There's nothing that describes how a person is supposed to vote, whether they're voting a yes or a no, or they're circling a motion, one motion over another. There's nothing that describes how they're supposed to vote.
Well, we don't have multiple motions on the floor. We vote on motions as they come up. So there couldn't be multiple motions.
But that's not Arlen, that's not stated anywhere in our bylaws.
Okay.
And according to the Oregon law, you are supposed to abide by what your bylaws say. You're not supposed to do anything other than what your bylaws say. So if we're going to go and we're going to vote on something, and one time we vote on it one way and another time we vote on another way, we're not doing what we're supposed to do. And in the bylaws, it's supposed to tell you exactly how you vote for things.
Right. And when you're voting on a motion, it's a yay or a nay vote, or you're abstaining from voting. So that's great. I'm glad that, first of all, I want to say thank you for correcting about the elections, because I know there was some buzz on social media and some different things about wanting to put yes, no, and abstain next to a candidate. And that would totally undermine any kind of campaigning work or anything else with a candidate. So thank you for clarifying that at the beginning of this. So you're talking that you want to have yes, no, or abstain on ballots at this point for motions. Is that what I'm to understand, or are we to? I'm trying to figure out how we're not doing that now.
Okay, so the word ballot is in there for if there is ever a time that you use a ballot. But it also says votes in there. So you can also just do a yay or a nay vote. That's correct. But it does not describe how you're supposed to come up with that vote, or how you're supposed to get the majority of a vote. If we have, let's use your example. You said if there's 60 people in a room and 10 decide that they don't want to vote, they abstain, but there's nothing that says that they can say yes, and there's nothing that says that they can say no, then what happens if only 2 people vote yes, but nobody else says anything? That's considered a blank vote.
Correct. And
so
that's
then
how
all of a sudden
democracy is done.
those two that voted yes are the majority.
Correct. They chose to vote. The rest chose not to.
But that's not a true, majority.
If you're voting on a motion, Autumn, and if you're voting on a motion, something, an action to move forward on, and it's a yay or nay vote, yes, you count yay or nay. So obviously you see the majority of nay versus yay or yay versus nay. So I don't understand how you're confusing the voting with people. Either they choose to vote one direction based on what they've heard, or they choose to vote the other direction. So putting in a negative vote, if it's a yay or nay in a motion, great. That's what it should be. But
this doesn't pertain to just motions. This pertains to bylaws also.
Correct. You have to vote yay or nay on the motion to amend the bylaws. That is a motion.
So you take your yays and your nays to accept the motion. You get
the motion is presented and seconded. Then you discuss it. Then you vote on it.
And then you vote on it.
2/3 of the majority to pass.
What if only two people? What if only two people vote on it, Arlen? Because what if only two people vote on it because they don't know that they can say no?
What? I'm confused as why they don't know they can say no. That's where I'm confused with.
Because in our bylaws, it does not say that you have that option.
It doesn't say you have an option to vote yes either.
Correct. It doesn't say doesn't say how you calculate a majority at all. And you have to.
Define the word majority then for me, ma'am.
A majority is the amount of people that vote yes compared to the amount of people that vote no. You have to have more yeses than no's.
Or more no's than yeses.
Correct.
And that's how you pass a motion.
Correct. I agree completely with you, Arlen. I think that what you're not understanding is what I'm trying to say is that under the Oregon law, you have to put in your bylaws how you're going to come up with the majority vote. There has to be something laid out as to how you vote, whether it's you're circling things, you're voting yes or no, or abstaining, if that's what you wanted, if that's one of the things that you offer. Some corporations count their abstentions as a total vote.
Right. And when you abstain from voting, you have no say in a vote. That's what an abstention is. You don't care either way.
Correct. In our association, yes, because that's what we put in the bylaws.
By definition. An abstention is you're choosing not to vote either way. You don't have a say either way. That is by definition an abstention.
Correct. But there is no law. In Oregon, there is no law that says that you cannot still count an abstention within the total amount of votes. But we chose to not count the abstention. And that is put in our bylaws. So that part is correct. We put that in there so everybody understands that. But we still have to have something explaining how to get to the majority vote.
We put that in there to define the majority vote. That's why that was included, Autumn, was to define a majority vote. Because when people said, well, there's 60 people in attendance and we only had 50 votes, we didn't reach a majority of 31 to pass. That's why putting that in was there, to achieve a majority of voting members. That is how you achieve by the number of votes cast, and you tally that for or against, and that is your majority one way or the other, plus or minus.
Okay, well, I'm just going to say thank you for explaining how you see it. I'm going to graciously say that I do not agree with you after the probably between 40 and 50 hours of research that I've done in the last week. That's not how it's explained in the Oregon law.
In Oregon law, most every most ORS 65, actually, most every paragraph starts with unless otherwise stated. It ends with unless otherwise stated in these bylaws.
Correct.
ORS 65 is pretty vague on letting you do what you wish in your organization or your business.
But it does also say that you have to explain how to get to a majority vote.
Okay. So we need to have a definitions page in our bylaws. That's what I'm assuming.
So was it actually read out? I just did it in the chat, but so how it is what it was changed to was a majority of the vote shall be the act of the members, excluding those abstaining or blank votes unless otherwise provided by these bylaws.
It was actually worded, Tammy, that excluding abstentions, acquiesces, and blank votes, unless otherwise provided for by these members.
Before.
That was the actual verbiage that I submitted to be voted on.
Okay, Elaine.
Yes, Autumn, I wonder if what you're getting at could be gotten to by adding the word achieved to the existing verbiage, like a majority vote shall be achieved, and not bother changing anything. Because I think every time we have a vote, say on raising the green fees or the budget or whatever it is we do, if we're doing a vote, Julie always says, unless it's like really brief, do we accept the budget? Anybody opposed? But for voting on motions, we raise our hands for yes, we raise our hands for no, and then Julie also asks, are there any abstentions? And so I'm wondering if just that word achieved, a majority vote shall be achieved by, and then that would handle your change.
So the problem is that what is achieved? How do you get to that achieved? If we are already doing a yay or a nay or an abstained voting process, then why is that not written in our bylaws? If that is what we do, then why is it not written in there?
Zach.
Yeah, I was asking in the chat if you could bring up that page that had the current practice and the proposed amendment. Because I was reading that and comparing it side by side, but so the current practice, right? I have a scenario too, like Arlen did. Right, there's 80 voting members, you need 53 to pass a motion, right? If 20 people abstain, there's 60 voting members, right? So that would be the new number, right? You would need 66% of 60. So where is that? Yeah, right here. So I want to read it, right?
You said
I guess
66%. You know that.
What was that?
You said 66%. Is that what you meant to say?
Yeah.
You're talking about 2/3, right? Right, Zach?
Yeah.
2/3, yeah. That's just how I find the number. I multiply it by
That's for the bylaws, a 2/3 vote.
Right.
Okay, so maybe I'm just seeing this wrong because I see something of 10 members. Is that just an example or is that
That's what makes a quorum. You need to have at least 10 members in a meeting
right.
in order to have the meeting.
I think just the way I'm reading the proposed amendment, it makes sense to me. Just how it's written. So it makes sense and I think it's clearer than the current. That's it.
Rob?
Well, a couple things. One is my point of changing bylaws is being made as we speak. And number two is our bylaws do address how the voting's conducted. It says the members that vote are what constitutes the winner. If you abstain, you're not a member that votes. So as long as you have 10 members present, it doesn't matter if 9 abstain or none abstain, it's going to be a majority vote. If there's 60, as Zach suggested, and 10 abstain, then 26 is the majority and it wins. To me, I don't know why we need more language. It just continues to muddy the water. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Kamitha?
I have a question. This voting, the yes, no imposing of the yes, no, is this going to be on electing board of directors, electing humans into positions?
No, this article that Arlen proposed and it was voted on and was changed is completely separate from elections.
Okay, so I've heard or saw buzz that elections would have yes, no, abstain next to each person. I want to make sure that is not included with this proposal.
This is not included in this article, no. The article is strictly for explaining how our association comes to having a majority vote and how many people are needed for a quorum.
Okay, I too think that the once something was voted in February is pretty clear. I can look up the definition of majority. It's pretty clear. It's more than 51% is majority. If there's something here of 2/3, then I think this suggestion should go to, I think it should go to the bylaws team and say, okay, this is something, can we consider this? This is a little embarrassing. All right, I just want to make sure that the yes, no vote is not insinuating or being proposed or put onto electing humans into positions.
It's a completely different section, Kamitha.
Thank you.
Julie?
I'm going to piggyback on Kamitha there because I honestly need some clarification on the elections. It used to be that the rule was you had to have a person, in order to be elected to a position, had to have 51% of the votes available. Now, we used to take ballots, and if somebody took, let's say we have a ballot, because all of our meetings were in person, if we had a ballot that had 4 people on it for 4 positions, and I wanted 3 of them, but I didn't want the 4th, I circled the 3 I wanted. If I didn't want any of them, I didn't circle anything, but that ballot still counted because I was able to vote. I was allowed to vote. I was saying I didn't want them. And I know that Arlen's original thing, or the problem we were having was our online voting. We did not have ballots that had everybody listed. They were separate ballots, so you were voting for one person at a time. So we went through an extreme nightmare of trying to get people elected because nobody was voting for the same candidate on the same ballot. It was a nightmare. But now we are back to having the meetings in person and doing them by ballot. So what I want to understand, and I want other people to understand, is let's say at this next election, Tammy decides I'm not running for president anymore. I don't want to do it. I'm out. And we have one person that runs, and that one person is the devil. The devil comes and decides to run for that one open position. And nobody votes for the devil except the devil. So since the devil voted for himself, he is now elected because he got one singular vote, and there was no mechanism for anybody else to say, I do not want that person to be elected to that position. That's my concern with how it's written now. I don't know if this proposal has anything to do with that. I don't know if people are aware. So I just want people to be aware of that. And I understand everybody says, well, that's how elections work. Well, we're not voting for the president. We haven't had 15 the president of the United States. And we're not having 15 primaries. So this is the one vote. So I think that people should be able to say, I don't like Julie. I'm not going to vote for her, and I want my vote to count. That I don't want her in that position. That's it.
So Julie, the article that Arlen put in his proposal and it was voted on and it was passed does not change your election voting at all. So in fact,
I don't think people are aware of that.
They were not. Nobody was aware of that because in fact, in the May meeting, everybody voted in accordance to what Arlen had written and what was passed, and that it actually should not have happened because the proposal that was voted on for the bylaws and changed has nothing to do with your elections. It's a completely different section of your bylaws.
So then as of right now, we are still voting that you need a 51% majority of the members present to be elected.
Correct.
Present? What do you mean present?
In the room.
At the meeting, receiving a ballot.
Yep. So here's something to think about. I don't want to get off topic too much because we're not talking about, my proposal isn't for changing the way that we do elections right now, but I just want everybody to think about this for a minute. When you do a local, either you're voting for your mayor or you're voting for the president of the United States, and you turn a ballot in and it has blank spots on there, your ballot is still counted because you are somebody that is eligible to vote because it's an election. And that's where the difference is. Yes, it is true. I looked it up. Are you done, Julie? Zach?
Okay, I may be missing something here. I'm not sure if I am or not. This is for motions, correct?
It's for motions, it's for bylaws, it would be for anything that pertains to the rights of the membership.
Okay, so like let's say for instance, we have a motion, right? The JRAC thing, right? 80 people are present. 2 vote yes. Then the others don't vote at all. The motion passes, correct?
That's the way it's written right now, yes.
Do you want that? Does the wording that you have in the new one change that?
Yes, because if people have the opportunity to vote yes and they have the opportunity to vote no, people that are just abstaining or choosing to not vote, it may be because they're saying no to whatever it is and not yes. If you have something that's able to say yes and no, then you make it more no's than you do yeses.
Okay, so I guess my question would be like, okay, let's say there's 80 people in the room, right? They can all vote. Let's say the entire body knows that they can vote yes, no, or just, I guess, simply not vote. But if they don't vote, their vote doesn't count.
Correct.
So if all 80 knew that they can vote yes or no, and 2 people voted yes and nobody voted no, that just means they didn't vote at all. Does the motion pass?
Yes, because then it would be a true majority because you would know that.
Right.
Well, no, it wouldn't pass. I'm sorry. Because you'd have more no's than you would have yeses. So no, it would not
So
pass.
now the abstentions or the non-votes count as no's?
No, they don't count. So what you said was if more people voted no, and 2 voted yes, that it
No,
would
I said
still.
if 2 voted no and nobody
sorry.
else voted at all. Like 78 people did not vote.
And 2 voted no, then
And
it
2
wouldn't
voted
pass.
yes.
Oh, 2 voted yes. Then yeah, it would pass.
Because it's
Because those
others
ones
I think what you
aren't
have
counted.
written down is just clearing up what's already there, and I think it's just adding a
Correct.
little bit more, and I like it just makes complete sense to me to put it in there. I don't think it changes anything.
It doesn't change. It doesn't. It won't change the outcome.
I just think it's more clear what the wording we have is.
It clarifies everything, and it gives instruction on how the majority is found, which is what we're supposed to have.
I think it's more clear. I would, if we vote, I would vote in favor. Thanks.
Lawrence?
Yeah, all this does is really clarify everything instead of like she said in the beginning, Arlen's is correct. It's not incorrect, but there's still some confusing things in there. And the biggest part of that is where it says for the purpose of calculating a majority, only yes and no votes shall be counted. That's the clarity in that. It's not the fact that it's a little more wordy, but it's there for clarification. And then it says abstentions and blank ballots shall not be included in the total calculating the majority required for passage, unless otherwise provided in the bylaws. That's where I think we're getting caught up on some things, but there's a sentence in there added for clarity of how we achieve that majority, and that's where it says yes or no votes. And that's why it's in there. That's it.
Samantha.
If you're going to write something, how literal are we going to do? Is it yes or yay, nay, opposed? Because we go through and Julie asks everyone, oppose. What's the other word? Oppose, no. They say, oppose, duh. Oppose, approve, yes. Are we going to be technical and having the words yes or no? I
No,
hope
those
not,
all mean the same thing.
I agree. So now if you're going to, if you understand what something means, I think we all know what majority means. But anyways.
And what about the people that don't, Kamitha?
That they don't know what the word majority means?
Kamitha, look, you and I both know what it means, but that doesn't mean that every single person that has the ability to vote does. They may understand what majority is, but they may not understand how to get to that majority. It's not just for the people that are in our association right now. This is for future. Also, this is for people that are coming in that are brand new to the association, or maybe they've been part of the association for going on 8 or 9 years, and they all of a sudden jump in and want to be part of the voting membership. And they need to have clarification, and they go to the bylaws and they read the bylaws, and all of a sudden it's very vague and there's no direction on how things are supposed to be done.
Thank you for responding.
Rob.
Hi. So I would ask Arlen to consider with the bylaws committee that they adopt Robert's Rules of Order, and this becomes crystal clear without adding more verbiage. The other thing is for the author, how does this exclude elections? Where is the criteria for elections versus general voting?
Well, there are 2 different articles in your bylaws. Okay. First, and also at the very end of both my proposal and the one that Arlen wrote and was passed, and I don't have it in front of me to have it exact wording. You haven't pulled up? Oh wait, maybe I do. Hang on, it clearly states on there at the very end.
I can read you the exact.
It says unless otherwise provided for by these bylaws. So that means that in each section where there's anything to do with voting, if it's different than the one that Arlen wrote and it was passed, then it does not pertain to it.
Right. So my question is, where does it differentiate between elections and any other vote?
Because it's in 2 different articles, it's talking about 2 separate subjects.
I don't see any differentiation in election voting.
I have it pulled up for your.
Okay.
So under officers elections, It says officers shall be elected by a ballot of the members at the annual association meeting.
Okay.
Okay, it doesn't say majority, right? That's key here because in board of directors, under elections for board of directors, the board of directors shall be elected at the annual meeting by the majority vote of the members present.
Okay.
So one doesn't have a majority requirement and one does.
Right,
So
because
they're different.
if you have a president that runs, or two people run for president, one gets 17 votes, one gets 16 votes, and there was 100 people at the meeting, does the 17 vote recipient become president?
Yes.
Yep.
So
under the board of directors, it also says, so the whole thing for board of directors says the board of directors shall be elected at the annual association meeting by a majority vote of the members present and voting. It doesn't say the majority present and abstaining. It just says present and voting.
if you abstain, you're not voting. So
I know.
therefore not
That-
included.
It states that. It's not true.
It's only if it states that. That's the problem. And that's where it gets confusing and weird. And I'm getting out of that conversation now.
Rob, it has to clearly say that abstaining means that your vote doesn't count. If it does not say that, then just being in the room and being eligible to vote, if you are handed a ballot, even if you turn that ballot in blank, that ballot still counts. That's the way that our bylaws read right now.
It does say that. It just addresses it to the people that vote. It says
And
the
that are
members that
present
vote,
in the room.
but it says the members that vote. So by definition, if you don't vote, you're not a member voting.
It says present and voting.
Okay. So if you're present and don't vote, then you're not part of that.
Your ballot still counts. But that's for elections, and that's not even what my proposal is for.
I am completely confused.
Can we table this?
Why? Why are we tabling it?
Because we have 5 other issues to address.
Mm-hmm. So we talked about the budget for an hour and 20 minutes.
Oh, there she goes. Here she goes. I second tabling it.
That would require a vote.
Okay, so who approves to table this?
Is this a good time, Tammy, to take a roll call vote, since I've had people coming
Sure.
and going through the whole meeting and I don't know how many we actually have here right now?
Sure, that's fine.
Thank you.
You want to do it that way then?
Yeah, I think that would be the best
Okay.
way, because like I said, the numbers have gone up and down and I don't know who was actually here and who was left. And so I'm going to call out the names and you say, so this vote is for tabling this item or continuing the item to, I guess, a vote on the item.
I would like to make a motion that we table this item until the February meeting.
Seconded.
And that's what we're voting on.
Third.
So I will call your name and you will either say yes, that you want to table the item, or no, you want to continue to vote on the item or discuss the item. And at the end, if I haven't said your name, then we'll figure it out. So please be prepared to unmute yourself. Rob Cameron.
Yes.
Arlen Gershon.
Yes.
Johnny Landis.
No.
Tammy Vic Albertson.
Yes.
Raquel Miñarez. Raquel, are you still here?
I see you're still on here, Raquel. Yes, she said yes in the chat. Suzanne Mackey, obviously, yes.
Yes. Yes. Thank you.
Sam Rabito.
Yes, and Doug Gibb left.
Thank you. Zach Zager.
No.
Robin Adams.
Yes.
Chad's still not here, correct, Nikki?
Yep, he's here, but he hasn't been paying attention, so he doesn't want to vote.
Okay, Nikki, your vote.
I'm gonna say, yeah, let's table this, just so we can make it clear later.
Brittany DeWalt.
Yes.
Tim Fraser.
Yep.
Mine is a yes, again with Nikki, so we can make it clear. Jackson McDonald.
No.
Cindy Medina.
Yes.
Chris Norley. Chris might not still be here.
Chris was gutting a deer.
Yeah, he was. Well, he's on. He's actually on the Zoom. Chris, are you still here? Uni Slate.
Yes.
Becky Potter.
No.
Kamatha Krishang.
Yes.
Eric Tate.
Yes.
Christian Berry.
Yes.
Pam Caraway. Pam Caraway.
Yes.
Yours is a yes. Thank you.
Yes.
Deepak Hamnani. Deepak, are you still here?
Can you hear me? Hello.
Oh, I can hear you. Yes or no? No. Tyler Spires.
Yes.
Elaine Eberly.
No.
Is Dave here yet? Dave Chavez? Dave, you can just give me a thumbs up. I can see you, or a thumbs down.
I think it says that he left.
Thank you. No peace here. Trina?
That's a yes.
Thank you. Pat Mitchell.
Yes.
Karen Bryson. Karen Bryson. I don't think Karen's still here. Lawrence Frampton.
No.
Nancy Measor. Nancy, are you still here? No, I don't. Oh, yes, you are. Nancy, yes or no? Richard Phillips.
I vote yes.
And please, the
Thank
first
you,
job
Richard.
was to find out, right?
Nancy, I see yours online on this
One
chat.
of those agencies has a dash cam recorded.
Ed Slade.
Yes, that's Nancy Kennedy, not Nancy Measer.
Oh, crap. Thank you. So nothing from Nancy Measor. Thanks, Ed. Jesse Johnson.
Yes.
Stephanie Shirtless.
Yeah.
Jeff Beers.
Yes.
And Carla Jean Beers, yes.
Oh, sorry, Carla, I didn't know you were here.
We're sharing the same phone, and it's Carla Jean, not Carla. Thank
Carla
you.
Jean. Sorry, thank you.
Mhm.
Back to word. Tracy Cunningham.
Yes.
Tara Fry.
Yes.
Tammy Conabear.
Yes.
Harvey Stanley.
Yes.
Alex Vogel.
Yes.
Angela Busenbark.
Yes.
And Doug Gibb has left the building. Robert Gearing is in the chat saying yes. Carly Watros.
No.
Jim Roberts. Jim Roberts. I can still see him on here, but I'm not getting an answer. Mike Crystal. Mike Crystal, you still here? Michael Deichman.
No, I think we should be voting on the agenda item itself instead of tabling it. That's all I have to say.
Autumn Frampton.
No.
Did I miss anybody that's here and they didn't get called?
Yeah, me and Leonard.
Oh my God, Sue, how did I miss you? And Leonard's here.
Yeah, he's right here behind me here. We're both yes, I think. Are you like yes?
Yes.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. Anybody else did I miss?
Jim Roberts was a yes. I couldn't get it unmuted.
Thank you, Jim. I can see you were on here. Okay, so that's all of them. Obviously, I think it's a yes. Do you want to move on and I can do the count, or do you want me to count first, Tammy?
We can move on and then you can give us the number once you got it counted.
Okay.
So, moving on to the next new business is Mike Deichman's committees and board of directors and committee chairs discussion and action. Mike, are you available to talk about it or?
I am. Yes, I am.
Awesome.
I'm
Awesome.
in between matches.
You got the floor.
I just want to read my agenda item, and let's try and keep this quick for God's sakes. Each committee must include one board member. No board member can be a committee chairman. Board members have enough responsibility and power without being committee chairs. Consolidation of power is dangerous for our organization. I also truly believe it's redundant. Committees recommend what to do to the board of directors. There's a majority of members on most committees that are board of director members. So we basically have board of directors members recommending things to the board of directors. It's redundant and it is a consolidation of power. And I really believe that those are not opinions, that's a fact. And if people are okay with that fact, I guess that is what it is. But I really don't believe there's any two ways of looking at it. That is my agenda item.
Thank you, Mike. Does anybody have any questions for Mike on this? Autumn, go ahead.
Okay, so some of you probably already seen that I already had a short conversation with Mike about this on Facebook, and I just brought up a couple things. And one of the big things that I just wanted to point out is that in our committee, I'm on the tournament committee. In our committee, we have 7 people in our committee. We have one member at large, or no, I'm sorry, we have two members at large because Mike and myself are members at large. We have one player rep. I believe Vic is a player rep. And we have 4 board members. And the entire time that I've been on the tournament committee, all of the votes that we have taken, none of the 4 board members that we have in our committee have ever agreed in unison on something. So to say that they're bringing stuff back to the board and they're already deciding on things for the board is not true. And I believe that our committee is the only one that has that amount of board members on it. So I'm not 100% sure where Mike is coming up with saying that consolidation of power is dangerous, because there are other board members that could make their own decisions also. That's it.
Okay, can I respond to that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, consolidation of power has nothing to do with them all agreeing. It means that they have multiple positions of power. It has also nothing to do with the fact that we have 4 board members recommending things to the board, which is redundant. It is both redundant and a consolidation of power when people have multiple positions, including the chairman of the group. The things that you're saying in response don't really have anything to do with what I'm talking about. I'm done.
Thank you, Mike. I think in some ways and correct me if I'm wrong, but you're talking like checks and balances. There's no like major checks and balances with it.
Yes, it's the literal definition of redundancy. The board of directors is essentially recommending things to the board of directors. It is literally redundant, and it is literally a consolidation of power. It's people with multiple powerful positions. We started out this meeting with Susan saying we need more people to volunteer. How many times have we heard people say, I did volunteer and no one called me back? I was on a committee and all of a sudden I'm not on a committee and I don't know what happened. We've all heard that over the years. To say that there's no people willing to fill in those spots is a cop out. And that at least could be an opinion. It's not an opinion that it's redundant and a consolidation of power how we have it set up now. It's a fact.
Go ahead, Nikki.
Mike, I think it's good that you bring that up, because when it comes to the bylaws, we have definitely heard people say this a lot, and that no one's calling them back or that they don't have an opinion. My specific committee has 3 board members that we don't always agree, for one. We have 1 treasurer and 1 voting member. So out of the 5 of us, we will come up with some ideas, take it to leadership, because leadership is not just the board. It's the board and the president and the vice president and the treasurer and the secretary that we're deciding as a group. And the 3 of us on the board might not even make the same decision. Now, if I said, if this was a fact right now that, nope, that's not how it's going to be, Aaron would be on this committee by himself. And I asked today in this meeting if anybody wanted to be on this committee, on the sponsorship committee with me. And out of everyone in here, 1 person sent me a message that they would like to be on this committee. So I'm down to add more people to the committee, but I think that if you want to get more volunteers to be on the committee, and then nobody's really volunteering except for on the bylaws, and that's something that maybe we needed to be addressing with Bill, of why he wasn't calling those people back. But when it comes to these other committees, I say I'm inviting them. So that's all. Rob looks like
Okay,
he's
again, I just want to respond to that. Again, it has nothing to do with everyone agreeing. It has to do with people holding multiple positions of power. And if people aren't joining the committees from this meeting, maybe we need to explore other ways of getting people to volunteer for committees.
I've been doing this
And
for
that, and
like a year. I invite people on the committees all the time. And I do, I like that you're bringing this to our attention, but I don't think that, we wouldn't even have a sponsorship committee of a sponsorship committee. If this rule goes into effect, we would have no committees right now because people are not volunteering.
I understand what you're saying, and I think you've done a great job, Nikki.
Okay, Rob's next. Thank you, Mike. I appreciate you too.
Sure. So if I have the current bylaws, under 3, Western BCA Committee Formation Operation, it says, Chairman will be appointed by the association president with the approval of the membership and board of directors. So to me, that is the checks and balances that eliminates a power grab, is the membership has to approve those committees. So I think we're covered.
Rob, can you clarify real quick what that says exactly? Because I believe they have to approve the committee chair, not and the committee itself, but not the members of the committee.
Yeah, so the chairman will be approved by the membership and the board of directors. And then the chairman is going to select the committee members. So we have a check and balance.
Suzanne.
Nikki, I sincerely, and I do mean this, sincerely appreciate your passion. And as far as the sponsorship committee, you've done a fabulous job. I believe that we would have more people that would, and don't misconstrue my words, but more people that would stick their neck out if they felt that they weren't, like Mike says, that there wasn't a concentration of decisions, regardless if they disagree or agree. If there wasn't a concentration of decisions being made by the board that controls, according to the attorney, controls everything. So I would just encourage you to reach out to league operators. They know their people better than anyone. And I would say, reach out to league operators and see who can we bring on that we don't even know, that we could get information that is not necessarily like-minded. I would much rather see people disagree and move forward than to agree and have that image of whether or not the like Mike says, the power is concentrated in one area. I really believe that the league operators can help here. And I really believe that they care about their players and they care about this event, and they don't have enough time to do everything. But I do believe that they would help if you reached out and asked for them to reach out to their
I
players
guess
to see
everybody will
who's willing.
understand. I don't like to see changes to buy.
Okay. Anyway, that's all I have to say, is that I really think we need to appeal to the membership and try and get a much more diverse representation. I think everyone would benefit from it. And I realize it's not going to be easy. And I do appreciate the passion. But I really think that we just need to continue to reach out.
Suzanne, can you recommend how we would do that?
Yeah, send out emails to your league operators, have league operator meetings, talk to people, not just to the people who attend these meetings, but reach out to your league operators because they are the ones that know their players the best.
Aren't the league operators supposed to attend this meeting though? Wouldn't this be like the
Supposed to?
ideal? Yes, correct.
Supposed to. Part of the reason, I don't know. I don't know. You'd have to ask them. You can ask me. I'm here. I've missed 2 board meetings. 2 have been canceled. But I've been invited to all.
Right. I'm just saying that a forum would be perfect for that, right? The discussion, all that stuff. We don't have all the email addresses of all the league operators that's reaching out.
Yes, you do.
We've
Yes,
done
you do.
reach out before. I think Lawrence has received a couple responses. So, I mean, that's the difficulty and I think everybody should kind of understand that is like, we're a 100% volunteer organization. So,
but are we gonna continue to make excuses and continue to do the same thing, or are we gonna try to make a difference?
I don't think anybody's making.
No. And I don't mean that in a negative way. Are we just going to continue to move forward the way we're doing things, or are we going to try and change it to make a difference?
That's a great question. I think we've been trying, we've been offering, we've done this stuff, and while people say they want to volunteer, once they understand the amount of effort that it takes to volunteer, they're like, maybe not. And that's where the struggle is like, it's not, somebody says, Nikki says we have a meeting that lasts an hour and a half a week. Somebody might say, okay, cool, that's not that bad. But it's what's after the meeting that ends up taking 2, 3, 4 hours a week, right? And then there's expectations and things like that. And when they realize that, they're like, okay, yeah, never mind, I'm out, right? So it is a struggle in that we're 100% volunteer, and not everybody either wants to or has the time to or is dedicated enough to actually step up and do what needs to be done.
And yet you have people coming on this meeting saying, I offered, I never got a call back. I thought I was on that meeting, but I never got a call back. So I understand.
People problem.
I understand where you're coming from, but I think we need to think outside the box. And I appreciate the passion, but I do believe that we need to limit the committees to 1 board member. 1 board member. And the reason for that is we need to encourage more participation. Thank you.
Elaine.
Yeah, thanks, Rod, for reading that from the bylaws. I do think I recall that any president could attend any committee meeting, which I think would be really hard for a president to be partaking in all of them. But I think there was a time where a board member would be part of every committee and they would be the conduit back to the president should the president not be available to attend all meetings.
Elaine, they were referred to as a liaison, which was a non-voting member that reported back to the board. They were referred to as a liaison. And I would encourage that we have liaisons.
I see. Yeah, I just know there was a board member there. So I didn't know that they didn't have a vote. It was they were the conduit back. But I think, 4 on 1 committee is over the top. A minimum of 1 would be good because that way there's less drop in communication between committee and the board if there is 1 board member at least on a committee. There you go.
Okay, I'm gonna put it out here real quick so everybody knows. Anybody that wants to volunteer for an hour and a half to 2 hours a week for the next 6 months on the tournament committee can by all means reach out to myself, Jackson McDonald, or anybody on the board to volunteer for that effort. I will take volunteers and we'll change up the tournament committee. I'll go on and make a post on Facebook right now. I don't have access to everybody's email, so I can't do that one.
I volunteer to be the chairman of the tournament committee. I'm not on the board. I'm vice president.
Okay, that one's not up to me. That's up to Tammy. She elected me as, or she picked me as the tournament chair. So.
Is me now? Or are you going, Tammy?
Oh, go ahead, Lawrence, with yours.
Okay, just a review of some things. The bylaws committee, bylaws and policies and procedures, when that was first set up, we took in 9 volunteers. And Bill was in charge of that as picked by Darren at the time. We had 9 people show up to volunteer, and only 3 people participated in the first portion of that, at least that I saw, and that was Sam Rabito, myself, and Bill. Izzy did put some input in there as well. I think Arlen had some in there later on. I can't speak for people reaching out to Bill to ask to be on that committee. I've never turned down somebody. The other problem we run into is, I'll use the Fun Day Committee, for example, which is now stood down and not active. When that was going on, I think a year and a half ago or whatever, the people that were involved in that committee started asking questions about how they can get a free room or how they could get food vouchers at the event. And once they were told that they weren't going to get those, they left the committee.
I'm sorry, I have to interrupt you. That is 100% not true. We were asked if we were going to be there to run the tournament, and we had volunteered to plan the tournament, and we definitely let people know that there were volunteers who were getting rooms and vouchers, and that they should be asked to run the tournament. That was the issue. None of us were trying to get rooms or vouchers. I wasn't going to be there to run a tournament. I didn't want anything. So I just have to make sure we're clear on that.
Okay, well, the message that I have says something different, and it was from a member that was on the committee, and it was.
Yes, and I'm very frustrated by that. That rumor has been going around since the whole thing happened, and it's very frustrating to me. I was definitely the one who said, as soon as I found out that we were expected to run the tournaments, that we had volunteered to plan the tournaments, and I was very clear that there were people who were getting rooms and vouchers who should be expected to run the tournaments.
Separately.
Also,
I heard Pam Caraway's name get called. Yeah. Is she there?
Also, per the policies and procedures, there is one board member that is required to be on each committee. Whether the chair or not, that's up to the president to pick that. And then at the end of all of your discussion, I will have something else. But for now, I'm done.
Julie.
Sorry. I had what I had written down and now I can't find it. Oh, so at this meeting, we currently have 31 leagues. We have 13 leagues represented at this meeting, whether it's by league operators or player reps. We don't ever really get more than that. So if we're asking people to, or people are saying they want to volunteer, I would think that coming to the meeting would be the bare minimum, because you have to understand everything that's going on to be involved in a lot of these discussions. I can also say, reaching out to the league operators, I can tell you from personal experience that every year I send the league operators a message asking for an updated list of their player reps. I usually hear back from about 10 to get the updated list of their player reps. So not all league operators are involved and not all player reps are involved. We also need to talk about, I don't know how else to say this other than to say it, competency in volunteers. We want volunteers that are actually going to stick with it and go through it and stick their neck out. No, this isn't easy. I've been attacked several times by several different people for several different things, because everybody's got an agenda and an opinion, and things that they want to get across. It's not easy, but it's worth it. I've been volunteering for 15 years. I've been around. I get it, but it's not always easy to get those volunteers and to keep the volunteers. And yes, I have had the same experience where people will say, I want to volunteer, I want to do it. And when you get to them, they're like, oh, well, I don't really want to do it. I don't want to do it at the event. I don't want to do it now. I don't have time. So it's not always that easy. That's all I want to say.
Tammy?
So I agree with Mike Deichman's proposal for a couple of reasons. Number one, I think that a board member should be on each committee, but I don't think they should be in charge of it. And each committee should not be consistent of all board members. Speaking on a personal site, I have volunteered with this organization for 10 years and again put my name out there after the meeting in May and was basically told I was blackballed. So, you know, and I just had another one of somebody reach out to me that says people want to feel like their work is doing something. Committee meetings become political and long-winded conversations that run in circles. And I think that that is partly to blame for having so many board members on these committees and people who aren't open to listening to other viewpoints.
Can you explain that more, Tammy?
Which part do you want me to?
That the politicalness of the meetings is due to the board members?
I am just saying that somebody reached out to me privately and said it becomes a political issue where nothing gets done, and therefore that's why it gets drug out for meeting after meeting after meeting on making decisions because nobody is open. There are some individuals that are open, not open to having conversations. They want it their way or the highway.
Okay, cool. If we could know what committee that person's referencing, that would be awesome.
I'm not going to throw anybody under the bus.
Okay, well, we don't know how to fix it if we don't understand it, so.
But you do understand it because I just explained it to you. And you don't need to talk to this individual personally. I am just relaying what their reaction has been being on some of the committees or trying to volunteer for committees. And I think the reason why some of these committees go on and on and on is because decisions aren't made and that differing opinions aren't necessarily heard. And I can attest to that personally.
Okay. I hope that's not the tournament committee because I don't think that's right.
Thank you, Tammy. Arlen?
I just wanted to rebut to what Lawrence said about Bill when he took over as chair of the committee that I'm now chair of. Bill separated things, Lawrence, and gave certain people projects that I understand it. One side of it being the policies and procedures, and I had no input on that because I was never privy to any information. He entrusted me with the bylaws side of it because I'm more familiar with that. And you and him, according to he, were the ones that were coming up with these policies and procedures. I was not privy to any of that information until I took over as chair. So, yeah, I'm a little behind the ball on this one, but I'm trying to catch it up and get it done as efficiently as possible. So, in all transparency, when you said there was only a few people that responded, that would be because it was separated by Bill on the way each side of that committee was run. That's all.
And just to respond to that too, Arlen, I'm very aware that Bill split things up because Sam and I were on the bylaws. Sam and I rewrote the bylaws at least 3 times before Bill presented the wrong ones to the lawyer to get looked at. And I'm not trying to throw Bill under anywhere. There's a lot of other things going on. I didn't see any portion that that was being worked on other than what Sam and I was working on, and that's not your fault. And I was not trying to put a finger on you at all for any of that. I just want you to understand that stuff too. And I know that you're going to handle it because the first thing you asked me for was all the policy and procedure stuff. So appreciate you.
Thank you.
Samatha?
You send me. I asked, was it Rob that read something? I think Rob said something about currently it says section 3. It says about who votes on the committee members. Maybe I misunderstood. I messaged you, but hopefully I got the right Rob. I was hoping you could point me to the direction of the bylaws because I'm staring at him and I can't find those exact wording. So either I did not listen very well, or that could be. So if you could just point me in the direction of the exact section of the bylaws that you read, that would be great, and I'd appreciate it. That's it. Thank you.
It's Article 4 at the bottom.
Article 4. Okay.
Committees.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I always feel really bad when my agenda items take a bunch of time because it's just not that big a deal. How many more people do we have to speak before we can just vote on this and move on with our lives?
We got 3 more.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Was that it? Was that it, Kamatha?
Actually, Mike, are you specifically saying 1 and 1 only board of directors? Because it says 1, but is it 1? Is it only 1?
Yes, ma'am. I think 1 is plenty, and I think 1 is important. I think 1 is the conduit back to the board of directors. Yeah, I think 1 is plenty.
Okay. This is just a little nitpicky part. I was just wondering if the word only should be in there. I just threw it out there. Okay, never mind. I'm done.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Zach.
Did you say Zach?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I just want to say, like, I think everybody who volunteers with this organization, right, like, has a responsibility to kind of take us all to the same goal, whatever that goal may be, right? I guess a couple questions I would have is this like an abuse of power situation, or is this kind of action items to get things done, right? Like there was a good point in the chat about like if this passes and only 1 board member is allowed, what happens if we don't have enough volunteers, right? Like my question is this an abuse of power, or is this kind of just action items getting done? I do stress that like we all have a responsibility here to kind of take us to the one goal, right? That's all.
Yeah, I could respond to that real quick. To me, it's about keeping our organization as healthy as possible. The way it's set up right now is not the best way to keep our organization healthy. It's no offense to anybody. It's just something that I think should be addressed.
Right. Yeah, and I don't know, I guess I'll just stress really the only thing I really wanted to say, right, was like we all have a responsibility here. We're all volunteers and we all want the best for the players. So not taking our own agendas into it and really thinking about the others involved that maybe don't have the time to volunteer, haven't heard about volunteer opportunities. Like I have volunteer service commitments like up my ass right now outside of this. Like I can't do it, but there are definitely people who can. I know like last year I probably would have been able to. I didn't really know about it. But aside from that, yeah, I think we all have, a simple responsibility here.
Thank you, Zach. Nikki?
All right, I got a few things. One is I was part of Fun Day when Fun Day had a committee. And boy, was that a disaster because everybody on Fun Day came up with what they wanted to do. And then when we brought it to the board had a different plan that there was different things that they wanted and didn't want. So the whole thing got kind of scrapped and start over, which made half the Fun Day committee quit because they thought the board had too much power. So when we do this, Mike maybe should have added this part that the committee can do what they want, and it does not have oversight by the board to override their decisions, because it makes the whole committee quit when they don't get what they had been putting a bunch of effort into doing. The other thing is when they see other people getting room and food vouchers when they've been spending all this effort pre the event, it also makes the other ones upset where they don't want to be part of this anymore. So that was my experience with Fun Day. We don't even have a Fun Day committee because we don't have anybody that wanted to volunteer, and Tammy runs Fun Day. She organizes Fun Day completely by herself. So if anybody wants to get on a committee that needs volunteers, that one needs volunteers already. Somebody in chat had mentioned about being confused of who you have to be on the committee. We have people that come in that aren't even BCA members that come in and give their help. So if anybody, they don't have to be a voting member. You can just, I put the board email in chat. So if you guys want to volunteer, by all means, please do. We would love your help. Before I think we should vote yes on something like this, I think we should for sure get enough volunteers to run without having all the board members on these committees, because right now they would all crash. And so when it comes to us telling people and getting everybody up to date on what's going on and doing the same old, we are absolutely not doing the same old, we have a new website going in. Deepak's been doing an awesome job at that. And in turn, we're going to have a website addresses where we can send messages out to our players that say, hey, do you want to do this? So it's not that we're not doing anything. It just might take a little bit of time to see those results, but we're absolutely working on making that better. So I think if you want to vote in favor of this, we should first start by people volunteering and getting a full group of volunteers before we go doing something so dramatic as getting rid of all the committees, because all the committees would have like one person. And I do like that people are addressing that, that you volunteered for something and then nobody even called you back, and it's their way or the highway. Like, we as the board members and as leadership need to know who this is, because that's what needs to change. Is maybe those people that are power trippers should not be running the committee. Like, as a leader, I'm not running the committee. I'm not being a boss. I'm there to help host it, to say, hey, this is the time we're going to be there and I'm going to send you the meeting. But everybody has an opinion and it should all be listened to. It's not just about, I'm not just saying, hey, I have these other people and I do everything. I just use their names as part of the committee. So I think that it's your responsibility, if you see that things are not going the way that you think they should, that you report it to us so we can fix the problem from continuing to happen. And Arlen, thank you so much for being on this, for being willing to take this bylaw, because I think there was some confusion before about too many files, and then they were all getting confused and messed up. And I think that you're going to be a great person to be on this committee. And that's my opinions.
And just to be clear, Nikki, this would basically gut your committee that we were all praising 10 minutes ago, right?
Yeah, so that $40,000, we would have 18,000 coming from the casino. The other 22,000 would just be gone because Aaron would be on the committee by himself.
Thanks.
Can I respond to Nikki just real quick?
Yeah.
I think there's been recent developments in Western BCA that are coloring how this is supposed to be interpreted. This is not about anybody power tripping or the board taking over. This is about the general future health of our organization. That's it. This is not pointing fingers at anybody trying to take over. This has nothing to do with a lawyer or any of these other things that have recently happened. And I think people are reading too much into this. This is about the general health of our organization as we move forward.
Mike,
okay, thank you.
Mike, I understand that, but I think what she's trying to say is if this gets voted on, that only one board member per committee, specifically on the sponsorship committee, that does away with 3 of the individuals on there. So
yes, my response to be would that be we should just vote and vote no if that's what's going to happen. Sometimes, we talk and talk and talk. Let's just vote. If that's the result of it and you see that as a problem, then vote no.
And Mike,
That,
are you saying
yeah.
officers also, or just board members? Because Sue, the treasurer's on our committee too. So would it make it, so as of right now, Tammy is a workhorse and she will take on all the responsibilities herself. And I don't even know when she sleeps because
Yes,
she
I can.
will take
Yes, I
on
can answer that. Just to move this forward, I'm just going to try and answer that quickly. Sorry to interrupt. When a committee recommends something, do they recommend it to the board or do they recommend it to the leadership?
all of us, the leadership.
The leadership. Then I think there should only be one leadership person on the meeting. I thought that the board was who we were recommending. The verbiage we have always used is that we're making a recommendation to the board.
Well, the board invites leadership to every single meeting. There's only been one meeting that they haven't been invited to because they were
And when I was
involved.
on the board of directors, that definitely was not true. So that's I hate to say a new thing, but I mean it has not always been like that.
Cool. And I'm glad that that's getting brought up because absolutely for at least the last, Lawrence could probably say, and Tammy could say how many, but at least the last year, we have a meeting like every month and they are all invited every single time. And yes, they have been getting to vote, Tammy.
So just real quick, I have an idea, maybe that this will help. Is what if I set up like an email for like volunteers, committees or something to that sense that we can put on Facebook, they can send in an email if they're interested in whatever committee. We can do a quick breakdown of each of the committees of what they do. And then maybe that way, we'd have more of an idea of who wants to volunteer. No, you don't have to be a voting member to be on a committee. It can be any of the players in Western BCA or even anybody that's not a player of Western BCA as a liaison. I believe like Suzanne said. So also just one more thing. Committees, I'm just looking at the formation operation. So committees are technically supposed to send their recommendations to the president. President says, yeah, let's go with it. Or if maybe I'm just not too sure about it, then I pass it on to the board, or they can then pass it on to the board to then go from there. But that's how I understand it to work. And that can be corrected if I'm wrong. So we have five people up with hands up. So if we can move quickly on this for Mike and kind of get through this one. Go ahead, Elaine.
Okay, we have two kinds of committees, the standing and the ad hoc, right? So we have talked about this for years. It has never happened. However, we now have a really good website that I know people are going to. If we have a committee such as Lawrence's Communications and Tech Committee, I think we're pretty stable with the membership. Why can't we have a chart on the website that continually gets updated with the membership? When you send out your emails or when it's posted on Facebook, then the link to that document on the website is provided and people can see where there's opportunities. Underneath the chart, just a brief description of what that committee does in verbiage. We've talked about it for years. It hasn't happened. It should happen now. That's it.
and take a table.
Thank you, Elaine. Rob?
Hi, a couple comments. If I have the current policies and procedures, the committee chair appoints the committee members. And any decisions, actions, or recommendations of a committee will be presented at the next membership meeting for final approval. Now, that's the policies and procedures I have. I also move that we send Mike Deichman's proposal to our Policies and Procedures Committee so they can address it in our policies and procedures and present it to the membership for a vote.
I second that proposal, Rob.
Okay.
Can I second Rob's proposal?
You did.
Perfect. I couldn't tell if I was speaking or tap to speak, Ed. I'm old. Give me a break.
Can we have a vote?
Okay, so we seconded, or Deichman seconded.
Rob, can you read me your proposal again? Slowishly.
I move that we send Mike Deichman's committee makeup proposal to the Policies and Procedures Committee so that they may refine it and send it to the membership for approval.
Can I try to clarify this? The policy and procedures is under the bylaws committee, and Arlen is in charge of that. What Rob is suggesting or asking Mike to do is to refer it to committee. And the policy and procedures, from my understanding, is an evolving document. It's just instructions.
Yes, and policies and procedures, according to our bylaws, are not voted on by the members.
Thank you, Suzanne.
Yeah. So is that what you and Rob and Mike, is that what you guys are trying to do?
Well, again, if I have the current policies and procedures, I just read number 11, which says actions. Any decisions, actions, or recommendations of a committee will be presented at the next membership meeting for final approval.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean it's going to be made into a motion, or, it depends on what the decisions are for and what the committee has been charged with.
I'm not debating that.
Okay, so and policies are like I said, they're just an evolving document, and it seems that
I'm not debating that either. I'm just suggesting that we put Mike's recommendation to the committee so they can draft the language and send it to the membership for approval.
Sounds great. Okay.
And Sam, I just want to say, would you agree that since we have decided that it's actually leadership I'm talking about and not board members, what I wrote is not correct and probably shouldn't be voted on anyway? Is that correct?
There was no motion on the floor, so your agenda item had intent, and I'm happy with that. That's fine. But there was no motion on the floor from what I was listening to, which wasn't everything.
To me, it seems like I have learned that I wrote it incorrectly, and that's part of why I like Rob's idea. I also feel like I'm stepping on a lot of people's toes, and I don't want to do that. I think this is what's best for our organization going into the future, but it is not an indictment on anybody, and I don't want to eviscerate Nikki's, sponsorship group. And I'll shut up now because we should really move on.
And just to be clear, Sam, his agenda submission did ask for action at this meeting.
Sure, but there was no motion on the floor.
Okay.
It's just an agenda item, right? There's no motion on the floor. It's being moved to committee. The bylaws committee is in charge of policy and procedures, so yay.
Thanks, Rob. More work.
You're welcome.
Thanks for volunteering, Arlen.
I am a glutton for punishment.
Hey, can I say one thing? I think Suzanne's idea of a league operator Zoom meeting is an excellent idea to see exactly what league operators are willing to take some time out of their day and meet with the leadership and see, which ones are actually interested in actually being a league operator and which ones are there to collect a check or some fame or
Doesn't this meeting
whatever.
sort of give us an idea of that? They're all invited to every meeting.
They sure are, and they're not coming, but I don't know. Maybe this would be different.
Wait, league operators get a check?
Bill Henderson has already organized a league operator and division manager meeting. It's next Sunday, the 22nd at noon. I got an email.
I didn't get an email.
Are you a league operator?
I'm a division manager.
Okay, well, you should contact your league operator and ask to get invited to this, right?
Yeah. Now,
Okay.
now that I know it exists, I will.
Yeah. So I'll be there. Well,
Me
maybe I
too.
shouldn't say that.
I should be there.
Yeah, never mind. No, I'm just kidding.
I'll be on the road, so it'll be in voice.
Okay, so what are we doing?
Are we voting on this yet to move it to committee?
Well, Arlen, do you want to know what everybody's opinion is when you're making this decision? I think we should call for a vote so that way you know what everybody in here thinks.
Right now, the motion on the floor is to move this to committee. So that's what I'm asking about.
I believe Mike can, I think
second
Mike
the
can
motion.
change it to a straw vote because he can withdraw it and just call for a straw vote.
Somebody smart, is that correct?
Actually, Rob made the motion and
idea
Mike
is to
seconded
put
it.
Yeah, if
Yep.
the idea is to put it to a committee, then we wouldn't do a straw vote on Mike's thing. We'd be voting on Rob's thing. And that would be a regular vote, not a straw vote.
So I call for the question.
And Tammy, how do you want to do that?
That's fine. We can vote.
How do you want to vote?
Oh,
Are we voting on to
Let's
move
go
it
with
to
the-
committee, or are we voting on a straw vote?
We're voting on Rob. Sorry. Go ahead.
moving into the
Rob,
right?
did you make a motion? Rob,
Yes,
did you
I
make
did.
a motion? Okay, I second your motion that we move it to committee.
What?
Yeah, it's been seconded like 13 times.
Cool.
Yeah, so do you want to do another roll call with it
I'm asking you how you want me to take the vote. Do you want to just ask for nays and have people raise their hands? Or I think I have a pretty good count of how many people are here now.
Tammy, I think if you go with abstain and then no,
That's
we'll
what I
know
was
how
thinking,
many
going
left.
backwards. Yeah. So with that being said, to move Michael Deichman's agenda, committees and board members, committee chairs to
committee.
The committee.
Yeah,
The bylaws and
that we
policy
can
and procedures.
Committee make a proposal to the policies and procedures committee so that they can refine and amend it and bring it to the membership for approval.
Thank you, Julie.
So
You're asking people to
put up your hand for any of those that abstain. Is there any abstentions? Going once, going twice. No. Any of you that want to oppose that of moving it to the committee? 3.
I oppose it only because membership doesn't get to vote on policies and procedures.
There's no voting on policies and procedures.
That's what he just said.
No,
Thank
there's
you.
no voting at all from anybody on policies and procedures.
Yep.
Read the motion again, please.
The motion is to move that we send Mike's committee makeup proposal to the Policies and Procedures Committee so that they can refine and amend it and bring it to the membership for approval.
So, okay, that's why I'm saying.
Are we raising our hands for yes or no?
No.
Thank you.
Does everybody raise their hand that wants to raise your hand? If not, speak now.
Well, let's see. There was 10. Now there's 9.
I know there was 10. Now there's 9.
Yeah, my hand went down by itself. I put it back up. So double check your hand's still up and it didn't just put your hand down on accident somehow.
I have to look for visual hands, not just electronic hands.
No, Christian Berry also has his hand
that
up.
don't have there's some Christian Bear. There's so many people that don't have pictures that we can't tell if their hands are up if they don't do it. So Christian, that makes 10. All right, I have 10 opposed. And we had 0 abstain, Tammy? Is that correct? Tammy? We had 0 abstained, is that correct?
Sorry, I thought I was already in. Yes, correct.
Okay.
And then you said 10 opposed?
Yes.
So then that is on.
So ask for.
I'm letting Zach back in the meeting right now. You might want to ask him. I think he got kicked out.
Ask for yes so that we can count.
Well, we don't need to count if we have the total of no's and the total of opposed and abstained.
But just to make it clear.
Was that Zach? Is he on here now? Did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I originally had my hand up, but I took it down because I was pretty sure we were voting yes, but you said it was voting no.
No.
So I'm for it.
Okay. So then that's right. So we have 10 opposed. What do we have total for it then?
We have 48 voting members right now.
So that'd be 38 yes.
But Sue just asked to take account of the yeses. Or Suzanne, sorry. Suzanne just asked.
Okay. Okay, so we need to put yes up then. So those that are approving it to go to the move to the committee.
We're there at 7:48.
I approve. I'm not good at raising my hand. I have a match. I'm leaving this meeting. I love you all. Goodbye.
Bye, Mike.
Thanks, Mike. Good luck.
So when you go to the reactions, you're not hitting the little thing that says clapping. You're hitting the line that says raise hand. I've seen clappings come up.
Well, I just noticed it actually tells you how many that are participants raised hands down below too.
Also, if you talk while your hands up, it'll put it down automatically in 6 seconds.
Nice to know.
That's why they were going away.
So now we are raising our hand if we wanted to go to committee, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
If you want to go to committee,
Yes.
Well, I only have 23 yeses. So if you didn't vote no and you didn't abstain,
That's why I asked.
Okay.
But 23 is more than 10. So. And if they didn't show up or they've left, then it doesn't count.
no, we have a bunch of people on here that have not raised their, yeah, okay, I don't care.
Jeff and Carla Jean are driving, so we can't raise our hand, but we say yes.
In 800 feet, your destination will be on the left.
You're almost
Follow
there.
your directions.
26. So then I have like 26 yeses. Is that good enough?
Yeah, so 26, yes. So then that'll be moved to the committee. What was the other one that you did? The first one for Autumn's. Do you know what you had for yeses, Julie?
Yes. We had opposed were, no, that's the budget. I'm sorry. Where's Autumn's? Hold on, I have them written down. Yes, we're 38. No was 10 and abstained was 1.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you. So we can move on to the next one, number 3. Number 4. Well, yeah. Right? Elaine, propose to have regions boundaries for elections.
Uh-oh. Hold on. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. I'm not sure which button I pushed. 1 second. Okay. Okay, so really, it's not worded correctly, and I think, I was kind of rushing because I was headed to vacation. I'm interested in having regions help define who are on the board of directors. And I want to say, first of all, that this is not the first time I've posed this topic. I know for sure I mentioned it at the annual meeting in Pendleton, and over the years I've had conversation with prior officers and board of director members and league operators and players too. It just seems logical to do this. I'm not unhappy with the board of director membership makeup. They definitely really work hard, donate a lot of their private life to the organization, and we should be thankful for that. My reason for putting this eventually up to vote before the annual election is I believe there should be equal representation of our regional organization on the board of directors. So like right now there's 7 board of director positions and all but 1 are from the west of the Cascade, and that's what people over here call the coast, as you probably know. We're regional, and I think we should ensure that those who make organizational decisions are are representative of everybody as a whole. Players like, if this were to happen, I guess, we're on the east side of both Oregon, Washington, most of Idaho, and Montana, and probably Nevada, although they don't play super big roles in the organization, although they do pay their membership, I guess. It's really they're big areas geographically. However, they're kind of like small towns. Everybody knows everybody and probably most of their business on top of it. And that's because it's a small pool world. Rural area people don't have the luxury of having multiple tournaments to pick up on the weekends. They travel. So this is how they get to know a lot of the other people in the other areas. And I think that if we were to have a representative, if we were to define some sort of region, and I came up with like two alternatives, it would help us. We would hear a lot of new voices because the players' members would pretty much probably know who so and so is from their region, unlike people who come from these regions. And I might mention a board member, talk to that person, and they're like, well, who the hell is that? There's no connection there. And a lot of times it's viewed as us versus them, coast versus not coast. Not many people, but some people. So I think a comfort level with somebody from your world would help do a lot of things. Like maybe they would be able to encourage more people to be volunteers because they would have a relationship with this person. There's lots of things that affect people who don't live, where there's a lot of money to be made. I mean, I know some people in my league, they're working two jobs, because they're getting paid federal minimum wage, $8 an hour. Money's tight. I mean, their economics is one thing, but I think it's just there's a relationship to be established. So, with that in mind, my first thought was, oh, just draw a line. I'm a geographer, so I have all these mental images, but just draw a line down the Cascades, east and west, Oregon and Washington, and lump Idaho, Montana, and Nevada together. And we would have fairly equal representation on the board. But then I got to thinking about it. How is it any different from, real politics? The greater proportion of the players, like I found an old document I had, I think it was from 23. I think there was 5,300 players on that. I don't know what the number is now. It's probably more. But approximately 67% were west of the Cascades, and 33 was from east, and that included Idaho, Montana, and Nevada. But anyway, so then I thought, well, maybe it's not one from each region, it is proportionate so that two members of the board would be from the 33%, and the balance, what is that, 5 would be from anywhere west of the Cascades. So anyway, this is what I was thinking. I mean, I know there might not be people who might not want to run, but I don't believe that. I think people would run if they felt that their voices could be heard better. So I'm just throwing that out there. I think this is a valuable way for us to look at our organization as a whole. And I know we think we do, but sometimes there are little nuances that, a coaster won't think of for some person who lives in the middle of Montana. Anyway, just throwing that out there for discussion, since we are coming up to elections in May. That's it.
Thank you, Elaine. Lawrence?
So I noticed that discussion and action was checked on the box for this item. So I just want to make sure this is just for discussion. That's the intent here.
Are you asking me, Lawrence?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, this is just for discussion.
I didn't quite know if action was like make a decision today. I wasn't
Yeah.
real sure what action was.
Okay.
We're not going to be able to solve this today, but I certainly would like this as a vote to membership prior to the upcoming annual elections where I think a couple board members are up. And if only one, and another thing is like maybe only one person will run.
Are you saying a straw vote, Elaine?
Sorry?
Straw vote? Are you referring to a straw vote,
No,
Elaine?
in the future, I want a real vote.
Okay.
I didn't know what action truly meant for today's meeting. So,
okay.
But I'm anticipating a question, which I know Chris had asked when I had mentioned it at the Pendleton meeting. So let's say we have two board members from one area that there had no representation, the 33%, and only one person ran. Well, one person ran, they get elected, and the other position goes to somebody else from another area. The other 67%. This is something we have to work out and discuss, but I just think we need global representation on the board of directors.
Go ahead, Autumn.
All right. So first I want to thank Elaine for bringing this to the attention of the membership. Even though I was at the annual meeting at Pendleton, that was really right in the beginning of when Lawrence and I became involved, or I should say I wasn't really involved, but I was there. And so I'm sorry, I don't remember that topic being brought up. I don't remember if it was just a discussion or if it was voted on or what, but it sounds like it's something that keeps coming back. And I'm really glad that it's been brought up because this is something that has really bothered me for quite a while. And I'd like to address the idea that WBCA should be subdivided into regions simply because several of our members or board members live on the western side of Washington. When we look at WBCA's structure and the laws we operate under, it becomes clear that this is not a necessary or helpful reason to divide the association. Every board member, no matter where they live, is legally bound by Oregon's nonprofit laws. WBCA is an Oregon nonprofit, which means all directors, whether they live in Washington, Oregon, Idaho, Victoria, BC, Nevada, or Montana, must follow the same laws, the same fiduciary duties, and the same bylaws. Geography doesn't change the responsibility, authority, or accountability to the membership. While some board members may live in Western Washington, the entire board is not clustered together in any one city or region. They're spread out across hours of driving distance and in many cases hundreds of miles apart. Simply living in the same state does not mean they're operating as a coordinated group or holding influence because of their location. Their commitment, participation, and willingness to serve, not their zip code, are what matters most. It's also important to remember that when we choose board members, the focus should be on who is willing to run, who can commit the time, and who will do the best job. Why would we want to force the idea that a board seat must be filled by someone from Montana or Nevada or Idaho if there's not a person from that area willing to run, serve, and meet the expectations of the role? Board service is something earned through involvement and dedication, not assigned by geographic quota. And if someone from Montana or any other area does want to run, they absolutely already can do that. Nothing in our current structure prevents that. If fairness is the concern, then we should be asking what challenge a member living in Idaho, Victoria, BC, Montana, or Nevada faces that a Washington player does not when it comes to participating in WBCA. Members from every part of our boundary play under the same rules, compete in the same tournaments, elect the same board, follow the same conduct standards, have access to the same committees, and receive the same communications, and are governed under the same Oregon nonprofit structure. There's no governance or membership disadvantage created simply by living in one area versus another. Another important point is that subdividing WBCA's boundaries into formal regions is not something that can be done casually or decided in general discussion. This type of change would require altering the structure of the association, which means it would require a bylaw change, which we've already discussed you weren't necessarily asking for a bylaw change. So, I was assuming that that's what you were wanting because you would put action on there. But one of the things that I think we need to stop and think about for a minute, if we're going to start asking to break things up into regions and stuff, in order to do that, are we going to have regional voting? Are you going to do regional seats and eligibility rules? And that brings up regional level disputes and regional coordinators or elections that adds huge layers of bureaucracy, which everybody keeps saying that there's too much stuff going on and there's no transparency and stuff, but we're trying to divide the WBCA now. Like, I don't understand. It's who does the best job and who is in it for the long haul, and not just because you live over in Idaho. Everybody's doing the job for all of the players. And that's it. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Autumn. Julie?
My question would be, if we have areas, let's say we have 5 areas that we've divided into, and at the next board election, one person from that area runs but doesn't actually get elected, are they automatically elected because they ran from that area and you have to have a board member from that area? So if someone runs from Idaho or Nevada and they don't get elected, are we having separate elections, or are we still having one board election? And if someone from Idaho doesn't get elected, then they have to be placed in any way, and whose place are they going to take? The lowest voted, the lowest person that got it. Am I making any sense? If you have an election and 4 people are elected, but none of them are from Idaho, how does that get fixed? Do we take off the lowest vote getter and put the Idaho person in, even though they didn't get elected? And I'm just using Idaho as an example. I know there's Nevada and Montana and different areas. And so that's a question to you, Elaine, on this. What would your feelings be on that?
Yeah, actually, I'm not, how can I say it? I first thought of division by region. That is not, I'm not trying to subdivide the Western BCA. I want to make that clear. I'm trying to get at having equal representation for membership on the board.
Right, and I understand that. And for instance, you had a person from that area who ran last time but did not get elected. So would this mean that they would automatically have to be elected because you're saying someone has to be representing from that area?
I think we have to actually decide if this is not something membership wants first. If membership isn't interested in it, that's
this would make
a whole different story, Julie. I think how can I say this?
I can't tell you if I'm interested if I don't know what it means.
I don't know yet. I was thinking perhaps there would be a committee to investigate this and come to return, Okay. All I'm trying to say is that I know that some rural areas feel underrepresented on the board, and that's it. That's all. So I would say, I was looking at numbers, like I said, it's 60, and I'm considering like not just Idaho, Montana. I'm considering, and Nevada, I'm considering Eastern and Western Washington as being the 33%, right? The majority of the players are totally from the West Coast. I mean, that's real clear. I'm fine with them having 5 members on the board, right? I'm just looking at numbers, right? There are things that I'm not saying at all. This is not a disparagement to the board. I understand people think organizationally. I think a mind from the rural areas would have a little different perspective than those on the coastal cities on the western side. That's what I'm trying to say. And Autumn, can I address? I appreciate your comments. I want to reiterate, I'm not suggesting subdividing so that there's, individual voting for each thing. This can all be worked out. We go vote every election, and you're voting rurally or you're not, depending on where you live. You're voting for the people that you want representing you, even if it's for the fire commissioner, for God's sake, in the middle of Bopunk, wherever. It's just a better thing for the organization to have somewhat equal representation. So that's why I stopped with the region. I mean, I'm a geographer and a cartographer. We think spatially, right? This is still spatial, but this is I'm looking more proportionately than spatially. There you go.
Zeke probably hates.
Thank you. Go ahead, Rob.
First, I want to thank everyone for all the time they put in. And, I'm kind of a black and white guy. Our bylaws already address the representation of the membership to the board. And under Section 3, qualifications, constituent members, it says selected annually at its discretion to represent the players in the association. There may be one player representative for each 30 players in a league. So I believe this has already been addressed with our bylaws in that every 30 players, you're allowed to add a member to the membership. And that membership elects the board of directors. Right. It is unfortunate that the West Side has most of the members, but according to the bylaws, that's what we have to go by. We have almost 5,500 paid members. It just happens that the league I represent has almost 620.
Wow.
And it's not fair to those 620 that they have to give away part of their ability to vote according to our bylaws. So I would not be in favor of regionalizing our board of directors. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Nikki?
I think that Elaine should run to be a board member because you come to all these meetings, you'd probably get elected, and you're on the east side that they talk about. And our president and vice president are both on the east side also. League operators, if we could tell our players or our player reps to run, but we don't. Right now, the votes should mean something. If you're a voting member, you should get to vote for who you want. And if you want these people, then this is who you're voting for. And I don't think that we should limit our voting power for those people that are voting right now. So I don't think that, I sure hope that I'm not voting and making rules based off of off of just my own region. I know I made a huge stink a couple years ago about when we were going to do the tournaments, especially 8 ball. And the big deal was to keep it as far late into the season as we could so people coming over the mountain wouldn't be in the snow. And that's not because I live in Idaho. It's because I think about the players that live in Idaho that have to drive over the mountain. And then I also wanted it to be before the spring rates took an effect, which saves everybody money. So I really hope that it comes through that myself and I think the rest of the leadership team are voting based off of what we think is going to help everybody and not just a certain group of people. So my vote would be, Elaine, you need to run for the board, but I don't think that we should put restrictions on who we should vote for.
Thank you, Nikki. Zach?
Yeah, I just want to piggyback on what Autumn mentioned. I would want to vote for the most qualified and willing person, for sure. Like if somebody from a certain region doesn't necessarily want to stand for something, but nobody does, and then they kind of become willing, but they're not like fully committed, right? Like I think I would want to vote for the most willing and qualified person for sure, and I think that would take away from that.
Thank you, Zach. Johnny?
Yeah. The population of Idaho, Montana, and Nevada is significantly less than the West Side. And Western BCA meeting members significantly outweigh the majority of the meeting members. So having said that, if you could show how many people actually in this meeting right now live on the east side, because I guarantee you it's less than 10. Also, to note that to vote on someone that you don't know will not get elected, no matter what. Most of the people in here, they're going to vote on somebody that they know, that they've known for years. So if this person is fully qualified, even though they live on the east side and none of you know them, how are they going to get elected if you don't know them and give them a chance? If 2 members are given to the board of directors from the east side, excuse me, even though no one on the west side knows who they are, at least they would have a chance to get voted in. And also, Elaine is very well known on the west side. That's one of the reasons that if she ran, she would get elected, because they know her on the west side. They don't know, most people in here probably don't know me unless they've met me on the podium, which many of you have, but there are quite a few that don't know me. And for any of my players who might want to run for board of directors, they don't stand a chance. So I think that we should be given 2 spots on the board, just so that we can have somebody represent our area. And that's it.
Thank you, Johnny. Elaine?
Well, thanks, Nikki and Johnny. I think people on the west side know me. I ran leagues a lot, but mostly because I have a big mouth and I'm not afraid to say things that people might not like. If my life allowed me to run for board, I would. I cannot. I will not take anything on anymore that I can't commit for. So I understand how much is involved with the board. I could not run at this moment. And I think anybody who would opt to run would be qualified to run. I don't think some yo-ho is going to say, "Oh, I want to be on the board," just because they're from some, rural Oregon or something. People will run who want to do something for the organization, so they would care. Um, you know, People care no matter where they live if they're going to get up and volunteer to do something.
Thank you, Elaine. Jackson?
Yeah, I think to Johnny's comment about giving people a chance, I think every one of these meetings, somebody has a chance, right? Show up, participate. That's how I know Elaine. I know Elaine from these meetings. I know Elaine from the tournament. Elaine's been around for a long time, and that's how that's how people get to know you. That's how you build trust in people. That's how uh, you know that's how people are going to make their decision. If you're known, if you're volunteering, if you're committed, if you show your experience, that's the important thing. I did this for I've played here for over 20 years now, but it wasn't until like 2018 or 19 that I started getting involved. But when I got involved, I really got involved, and it wasn't for another 4 years, I think, until I volunteered to be on the board. And when I volunteered to be on the board, I had to then, present all my qualifications, why I believed I was that person, so on and so forth. And that's how I was voted in. And when I was voted in, it was based on the majority, and it was the majority of the entire membership. So I think that's just, we have processes in place. We have pathways in place. So if you're interested, volunteer, get involved, get your name out there, show what you can do and why you want to do it. That's what's important to me.
Thanks, Jackson. Julie?
Yeah, mine basically what Jackson just said, and saying that anybody on your side couldn't get elected because they're not known. Well, if they're coming to these meetings, they should be known. And anybody that wants to run for the board, in my opinion, should be coming to these meetings, should be well versed in everything happening at these meetings and everything being discussed ad nauseum. Because that's means you're educated on what we're talking about. So if there's people that want to run, they should be known because they should be involved at these meetings and discussions and what's going on. And and what Rob said, there's a reason why we have player representatives from each league. Each league gets player reps based on their numbers of players. We have leagues that can have more player reps but don't have them. We have leagues whose player reps never come here, never come to the meeting. And you're right, I certainly would not elect anybody who hasn't been attending meetings, because I wouldn't know a thing about them or what they stand for or what they believe. That's it.
Okay. Thank you, Julie. Lawrence?
Hi, everybody. I will say that in 2023, when my silly self decided to run for the board, nobody knew who I was. And I almost got elected. I did not get elected, but I almost did. That was kind of crazy. And I think that just comes with a mindset. I will say that currently, right now, in the 10 people in leadership that we have, 30% of those are represented by the East Side, whether it's because it's made up of Dave, East Side, Tammy, and Suzanne. And the other 70% is on the West, which is a very similar proportion to what you're kind of saying earlier. It's not quite the exact number. My biggest thing, and I've asked this question before, is how is somebody on the East Side underrepresented by me as a board of director? And I have made myself more available than anybody else to have a message sent to them. I have more players sending me messages and league operators and anyone. At the drop of a hat, I will answer you. My wife can attest to that, that my free time is not my free time. My volunteer job is almost 24/7 at this point, and I work a full-time job. I'm there for everyone for a reason because I wanted to do this job, and it is silly. But if somebody wants to do the work and come work here, then I think they should. But I don't think they should be limited to come here because the output of good people shouldn't be limited by where they live. That's what I got.
Thanks, Lawrence. Johnny?
Yes, I would say that the majority of the people in here did not know me before, let's say 5, maybe 6 years ago that are in this meeting. Little do they know that I've been playing in the Western BCA tournaments in Lincoln City since somewhere around 2002. No one knew me then. I can guarantee that. I also ran another league in Spokane, which I have since given to Sharon. And then I was basically talked into running this one here. And I've been doing this one since 2016. However, I would say that less than probably 10 people in here even knew me around 2016. This is kind of what I'm getting at. It's not that I'm saying that people that live on the east side can't get elected because they're nobodies. I'm saying because the people in this meeting don't know them. And the reason that the people in this meeting are even here is because the majority of them are either league operators, player reps, board of directors, or possibly a player. They have something firsthand to do with Western BCA right now. I mean, there's very few in this meeting right now that are just simply players. I know there might be a few, but there's not many at all. And that's what I'm talking about. The majority of the people here are from the West Side. And you can't deny that. I mean, that would be crazy too. And we just want to be represented over here. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Johnny. Elaine?
Yeah, I think it's just a matter of sheer numbers, right? 67% are not what I'm talking about. So when it comes times to elections, the power is with the 67%, regardless of who might be running. So it's a numbers thing, right? That's a thought I just had. Carly?
I would say that we elect our board members and we elect them through our representation from each of our leagues by our players reps, our MALs, and our league operators. We get one players rep for every 30 players. I think what's being proposed isn't equal representation, but I feel like it's a weighted representation.
Yes.
I'm sorry?
That's a yes, weighted, proportional. Yeah.
It would be a weighted representation, but we truly want equal representation. We want to vote for the people that we think that will do the best job in that position. That's all I have.
Thank you, Carly. So with all that, are we proposing anything, or it's mainly just a discussion? Or do you want an action, Elaine?
I would like this explored a little bit. Possibly a committee. I'd be willing to work on it, but I'd like, people from all over on the committee.
Okay.
And we can bring back a report, at the next meeting.
Okay. Any idea what you want to call? Do you have any ideas to call it? What kind of committee? Do we want to vote on it becoming a committee now?
Doesn't the president make a committee? I don't know. I don't know how to go about this.
The it is.
I don't think you have to vote on it becoming a committee. You just say you're going to do a ad hoc committee and start it.
Oh yeah, ad hoc. That's right.
But I believe
If the membership wants it, right?
so committees will be formed and charges needed by the association president at the direction of the membership and with the approval of the board of directors.
So should we have a straw vote on whether people want this to move forward?
Yes. Let's do a motion on.
No, it would just be a straw vote, not a motion.
Okay, so a straw vote to yes, to form a committee to
move a straw vote to move forward with this and go to a committee.
Okay.
What's the point? Let's just move it to committee.
Well, why have a committee if half the people don't want it?
We've done it before.
All right.
That's the whole point of moving it to committee. We need more information, right? Just move it to committee.
And why would they not want it?
Time.
We have to create a committee to move it to it.
Why would they not want it? Because like for me, I don't want a weighted representation. I want the representation to be where the players are.
So all the players are on the west side.
Well, you can have players come into these meetings, right?
Certainly.
Okay.
So Tammy, are you going to make an ad hoc committee? It's after 5.
Rob, you've had your hand up. Why don't you just speak up?
Yeah, I move to consider the dress code.
We have to finish whatever we're doing on this.
No, there's no motion on the floor. I just made the motion.
If it's already being moved to committee, though, we should just respect Elaine's agenda item and move it to committee real quick. Is Elaine going to chair it, and then she can pick her people? The charge, obviously, is to see what sort of interest there is in dividing up. Your mic's not on, Tammy.
I just realized
I'll chair it. I have no problem.
So as an ad hoc committee, it's just a temporary one to review this, and it doesn't even need to go to a vote right now to vote or to agree to do it. So then we can move on to the dress code, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So
I believe Sam's correct.
Committee with Elaine as the chair.
Yeah, I'll be the chair.
Yeah.
Julie.
Okay.
For the board, we need to assign somebody to the committee, a board member to the committee.
Yes, that decision doesn't have to be made at this time, but Lawrence as chair
What
would
about
assign.
Dave Chavez? What about Dave Chavez? He's lived on both sides.
Can Elaine pick the board member that she would like to be on the committee?
Good idea.
Is that how it works? I don't know.
I don't know, but I mean,
his head
it seems
yes.
like a nice thing to do.
Okay, Lawrence is shaking his head yes. So, okay, just I'll let somebody know when I find people from all areas to be on the committee. Is that good? So we can move to dress code like Rob wants to?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Who's the dress code agenda?
Dress code is Julie. Dress
Julie.
code discussion and clarity and enforcement. So you have the floor, Julie.
Okay, so I'm going to read this statement because it just comes across better. At the most recent event, there were at least 2 instances of which the dress code was not enforced. As the only remaining member of the dress code committee, I believe it is important that tournament officials receive clearer guidance on the dress code and its definitions. At the July 24th, 2022 membership meeting, we voted on many aspects of the current dress code, and it was further amended at the board meeting on November 1st, 24. At this event, one player wore a very short tennis or golf skirt. When I asked a tournament official to address the situation, I was told that no action would be taken because the player was wearing a short skirt over the short shorts, and that the current dress code does not clearly define, quote, conservative skirt length. However, both the skirt and the shorts were shorter than the examples shown on the posters displayed at the event. The same player returned the next day wearing very short bike shorts and was asked to change, yet still did not receive a written warning. According to the dress code enforcement policy, any player who is out of compliance should receive a written warning that follows them throughout the event. The established enforcement policy lists that the first offense will receive a written warning that applies for the entire event. I am unsure whether the issues at this event resulted from misunderstanding or from a refusal to follow the existing policy. There appears to be confusion about what conservative length means for shorts, skirts, and dresses. I'm not certain why this remains unclear, especially given that posters with visual examples of permitted and prohibited lengths were displayed throughout the venue. Regardless, the issue needs to be addressed. To prevent confusion moving forward, I propose adding the following clarification to the written dress code. Quote, conservative length means that the hem of shorts, skirts, or dresses must not be more than 2 inches above the knee and must fully cover undergarments when sitting or bending. Additionally, we need a clear definition of distinguishing a tank top from a sleeveless shirt, as this has become another source of confusion. I have not yet found wording that adequately describes the difference, and it may be time to reconvene the dress code committee to ensure that the policy is clear, consistent, and easily understood by both the players and the tournament officials responsible for enforcing it. That's it.
Does anybody have any questions? So what you're asking, Julie, is you want to bring back the, well, technically ad hoc dress code committee or dress
Bring back
to
the committee. Right now, I'm the only person on it because we changed it a few years ago and we haven't done anything with it. But I think we need to
reevaluate.
We need to change the dress code wording to clarify what conservative length skirt is and to clarify the difference between a tank top and a sleeveless shirt.
Okay. Okay, Elaine, go ahead. Elaine?
Sorry, Julie. My tank top, what is it now? Is it like the spaghetti strap tank top, or is there a definition of width of the straps of a sleeveless blouse?
No, it just says a sleeveless blouse. And apparently there's a lot of confusion about what a sleeveless blouse is compared to a tank top. And that's what we need to clarify.
Yeah, I would agree because I saw women wearing what I would call tank tops with the spaghetti straps. Yeah.
Oh, see, I didn't see spaghetti straps, but I saw tank tops that were showing their whole shoulder. That's a tank top, but people didn't understand that. So it's obviously not clear.
Yeah. Thanks.
Either that or we need to do away with sleeveless shirts, but I know people like the sleeveless shirts, so.
Arlene?
Call for me. Was that me? Wouldn't this fall under tournament regulations and tournament, as far as the dress code? Isn't that where that would be? Policies and procedures as far as from the tournament regulations?
I don't know. We've always had when we had dress code issues, we had a dress code committee.
I would think that the tournament regulations should define the dress code, and that should be falling under the regulations there. I don't think a separate committee to define what we have to wear. It should be in the tournament regulations, in my opinion.
Well, who's putting it in the tournament regulations? Who's wording it? I mean, we have a dress code now that is in the tournament regulations, but apparently wasn't clear, so it needs to be reworded in a clear manner.
And wouldn't that fall under tournament committee as far as them presenting regulations and rules for the tournament?
And we could do that, Julie. So we could I could send a charge to the tournament committee to address the dress code and have you as a liaison
involved at all.
Whatever.
Just want to make sure it's handled.
Whatever. So if that's, if that's what you want to do, we can do that too. Unless anybody has an issue with that. I don't have a problem with that. It's the dress code's in with the tournament regulations on other events. Pat?
Yeah, when I first started playing WBCA in Lincoln City, the dress code was business casual. What happened to that? Why are we allowing sleeveless shirts and tank tops and flip-flops? Open-toed shoes. That you can be that way in a bar, Let's have a little dignity in our association. What happened to the business casual rule?
It got voted down by the membership.
Everything in our dress code right now got voted on by the membership. People wanted more leniency. The problem with more leniency is you have people then that want to push the envelope and take advantage of wording. I would think that conservative lengths would be very easy to understand. I was wrong. I thought that tank tops were easily recognizable. Again, I was wrong. So
she wasn't in a tank top. I'm wearing a tank top right now. That gal was not in a tank top. The top of that shirt come around her neck, and I have a photo on my phone of the shirt.
I have photos of her too, Dave. She was in a tank top. Her whole freaking shoulder bone was showing. That is a tank top.
She wasn't in a tank top.
No.
There again, though.
I saw.
There again, it goes back to interpretation of what somebody thinks a tank top is versus shirt.
So again, let's be clear on what it is.
The whole problem is you go to a polo shirt and you eliminate all the problem. There's no guessing. There's no anything.
Well, our dress code should still be enforced, even if it's not a polo shirt.
So you're coming at me. And
let's go back to conservative.
I'm the one that directs it. I'm the one that directed. I'm the one that runs the tournament officials. I made the call that was a shirt. Now you can tell me I'm wrong all I want, but what I'm wearing right now is a tank top. What she had on does not look like this.
No, it doesn't.
All righty.
Look anything like that. Because there's probably 15 different kinds of tank tops, Steve.
Okay. Either way, I'm not going to debate it with you. I made a call.
I'm not asking you.
My job. And this whole thing about it all goes away when you say, all right, we're going to look professional all the way around and we're going to wear a polo shirt. Then there's no room for anything. You either have one on or you don't.
Which you've made clear that that's what you want the dress code to say.
I want to make it easy so this doesn't become an issue for anybody else that works as a tournament official or anybody else that's on the board.
Agreed. That's why I'm asking for clarification.
Nikki, go ahead.
I think that we're really close to having a really good dress code policy. There's just room for interpretation in there, which makes it really hard for Dave, I'm sure. And it's going to make it hard for the referees too, because girls know what conservative means because we have to deal with it at work all the time. Guys are not borderline wearing shorts too short. to work. So I don't think that it fits the same. So what she was proposing, if I read something about an inch or 2 inches above the knee and making that, what the dress code says is whatever that extra verbiage is. I think that we do need to have that exact verbiage in there, because if you just say conservative, that word is up for interpretation, that we just need it laid out of what that actually means so it's easy to enforce.
Okay, thanks, Nikki. Tamitha, actually, let me ask one question real quick. So if I send it as a charge to the tournament committee, is that all we need to do? Right?
Who are you asking?
Anyone?
Oh.
Does that mean you're bypassing the what's your committee called, Julie?
It was an ad hoc dress
hoc.
code committee.
So to just send that request to the tournament committee, I personally think that that's a good idea, but that doesn't count as my hand raised up yet.
Okay. Okay, so go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, when Nikki was talking, is she done?
Yeah.
Okay, I agree with Nikki. So everything you said, Nikki, is spot on. For one, I just wanted to say, don't force us into polos, please. But so what I see here is, what are we voting? What are we talking about here? It's meetings after 5 o'clock. Are we just trying to say, can we please
I was just asking
reactivate?
I was asking to reactivate the committee to get these things better clarified to avoid the problems in the future.
Okay, so to reactivate it insinuates the committee is no longer active, which means use a lone soldier has been kind of.
We haven't had any discussion about it. I printed out for the meetings. I used to be asked to come to the referee meetings to discuss dress code questions. Didn't know there was any confusion on the dress code at this point.
When was the last one? Was it like 2 years ago, Julie?
That we changed the dress code?
I think the last time, or 3, or
it was
been a while, I know.
2022.
So 3 years ago.
So what we're trying to do now is you were wanting to reactivate the dress code committee, and that was that was the purpose of this meeting. And so now you're suggesting, Tammy, that instead of reactivating the committee, you just send this charge to the tournament committee. So do we really have anything to discuss? After 5.
I don't know. Do we need to vote whether everybody's okay with this being a charge being sent to the tournament committee? No, we can just do it.
I would think so.
Okay. Did you want to talk, Arlen?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that when Nikki made a comment of, we all know what conservative length is. If we're asking people to define majority when it comes to voting, I really think we need to define conservative, because if we can't even agree what a majority is because people think they don't understand that, then conservative is different. My opinion of conservative versus yours or the guy next door.
It absolutely was, because this last event shows that. So you're correct.
Don't worry, Arlen, your skirt was long enough.
That was it.
Rob?
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
I move to have Tammy Culbertson recreate the ad hoc committee for dress code.
I second.
I second it.
Okay.
Jackson's like, I don't want this in the tournament committee.
Yeah.
I'll do it, but
Okay. I mean, we can do that too.
Do we need to vote on it? I don't think we need to vote on it, but I don't know anymore what we need to vote on.
Can you reach out to Lance and ask him to be on the committee, or at least ask him to participate?
Oh, great idea.
Yeah, please. So
do I need to do anything as far as an ad hoc to
no, just pull out the old paperwork. I'm sure Julie has it.
Bring it back alive?
Yeah.
I don't think when we did that, there was any paperwork. It was, that's before we were following those rules.
So
Okay.
a little test that we did at nationals was we would have this is both for guys and girls, guys and ladies and gentlemen. If their shorts weren't high enough or low enough, I mean, you stand there, you put your finger, where do your fingertips touch? If your shorts or skirt are above your fingertips, into your hand, that's not long enough. If your shorts are above your fingertips and going into your hand, your shorts aren't long enough. So
that's how I actually had it worded first to bring it here. And then we had a group of women do that. And there's someone with some short arms. And I wouldn't want them in shorts shorter than their arms. So different people have, this is just more of a cut and dry 2-inch, easy to, no interpretation, no. But that is how I had it first. And then a few people came back and said, no, I wouldn't say it like that.
Okay. Just offering what we did it
No,
now.
no. I that's what I was going to do. It's the simple school rule.
Sure. Okay.
Dave.
Oh yeah.
Tammy, I don't know if this is a question for you or for Julie. Who's on the ad hoc committee?
I haven't had an ad hoc committee for 3 years, so nobody as of yet, except for Lance.
Lance, the referee Lance?
Uh-huh.
The new head ref. You should also have Dave on there too, because he's tournament director.
That's what I was going to say. Is I want to be part of that committee if I'm the tournament director, if that's okay.
Yep. Perfect.
Okay.
What better way for us to be on the same page?
Correct.
Okay.
I'm done. Thank you.
Okay. So then as far as the dress code, the ad hoc dress code committee is reactivated.
And I will get the people together and make sure Lance is okay and get you a list.
Okay, perfect. Last but not least is Sam's. And do you want me to, are you ready to talk about that? Or what do you want to do? Sam? Where'd Sam go? Oh, there he is.
A shot.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm yakking without the mic on. I respectfully request that we move this to old business at the next meeting.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that Lawrence, do you want to talk?
I was going to have it moved to committee where it belongs.
Which one?
Well, okay.
Oh, the 8-ball racks?
Yeah,
Sam's?
tournament committee.
Yeah, fine.
You want that? Okay. So that's being moved to the tournament committee to discuss it?
Sure. Have fun.
And then, well, let's see, Jackson, will you at least have Sam present it?
Yep, I can do
Do
that.
you guys have a meeting tomorrow?
Well, you got me. I was going to cancel it, but because I'm going on vacation. But
aren't you already on vacation?
Well, technically yes, but I'm here.
Good man.
Jackson, how about I just send you an email?
Me too.
Yeah, Sam, if you want to send me an email, I can certainly present that to the tournament committee, and I will let you know how that goes. And if we have any questions, we'll reach out.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Jack.
On a much better vacation.
Kamatha, did you go ahead?
Quick question. Since this concept has been put out for everyone here to see and was sent out to everyone's email, how should we communicate our opinion on this subject? Since it's not in this forum now, it's now in a committee, tournament committee. What if I have an opinion? Where do I communicate my opinion on?
On Sam's agenda?
Yes.
Send it to me.
Okay.
Send it to Jackson.
And me is talking is Lawrence, correct?
Jackson.
Yeah. I actually knew that. I was sorry. I knew that. No, I screwed up.
We are
So
two
send,
different people, believe it or not.
it's Jackson Frampton, right? I'm just
No.
kidding. Okay. So, if my player rep, if my husband, if my buddy, if anyone on here has an opinion about this, you want to send an email to Jackson McDonald.
I mean,
How-
it's probably easier to Facebook message me just because I'm more accessible on Facebook, but if you have my email, great. Or if it's easier to send it to BOD at Western BCA, that it'll get to me that way as well.
No face. No face.
Okay, so as long as everyone here knows there's at least someone they can reach out to get the information to you, that's great. Okay, I'll take my hand down. Thank you.
Rob.
Move to adjourn.
Next
Second.
meeting, next meeting
Next
date.
meeting, February 1st, 2026, Zoom meeting.
February 1st, 2026.
Sunday, first Sunday of February.
Got you. Are we adjourning 5:33?
I'm good with it.
Thumbs
Shall
up.
we?
Second
Okay,
it.
let's adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Is there an executive meeting? Do we need an executive meeting?
Not me.
I don't have anything.
I don't have anything.
Nikki,
Okay.
you got all the stuff for this recording, right?
Yeah. So our next meeting's February
1st.
February 1st. And I do not have it on here, so I will put it on here right now, February 1st.
Have a good
When
holiday,
is
everybody.
Super Bowl?
Thank you,
Happy
Ken.
holidays.
Super
Thank
Bowl.
you, everyone.
February 1st, have a
Oh,
good day.
Wait, did someone say that's Super Bowl?
When is Super Bowl?
Oh, when is Super Bowl? When
Good
is
point.
Super Bowl
That's
25?
Derby
Super Bowl
City.
Sunday.
February 9th is Super Bowl.
Okay, thank you. I
Yep.
didn't want to conflict with that.
No.
There's
Amen.
going to be about 15 people at Derby City, but including myself. But
Oh, shit.
And me and Mike Deichman said he had bought tickets for that too.
yeah, and Chad and yeah, there's a lot of people, but hopefully we can figure it
And
out.
I think Brittany and Jake. Okay, so we're still planning it that day.
What about February 15th, Tammy?
Then that's Vegas, I believe, right?
Valentine's weekend.
And it's like President's Day or something like that. It's a
President's-
3-day weekend on the 15th.
Pat Mitchell said Super Bowl's on the 8th.
Well, we should do it that day. Nobody cares about football.
Be a small meeting.
Bite your
Hey,
tongue.
do that.
I know, I'm just joking.
Okay, so February 1st, you're gonna stay with that. Derby City be damned.
Well, when is everybody in Derby City? When do you leave?
The 22nd through technically the 2nd.
Oh, jeez.
You'll all be out by then. You're fine.
Just
Yeah, you'll be done.
Just do it. It is what it is. Like we can't. Yeah, it's going to be tough, but
There's
Yeah.
always gonna be something.
Worst
Okay.
case, I could start the meeting, make Tammy and Lawrence the host, and then if it cuts me out, it's not a big deal. But at least the meeting would still go. So yeah, I'll still put
I'm
it
a
there.
realist. I'm a realist, and I'm not going to be playing in the finals. So
Can I also point out that our tournament is like March 8th ish, and so when the registration's due, backdate that 4 or 5 weeks. Do we want to meet before or after registrations are due?
Very smart, Kenneth.
Every once in a while I can do that.
Oh, because registration opens like the 1st of January. Right?
We plan on opening registration for entries come January 1st, 2nd. Right at the beginning of the year.
So So then to have a meeting,
December
to
28th.
consider when, well, to consider when they're due really doesn't mean anything, because if you already publish registrations and that it's a matter of meet before the registrations are open, or I don't think there's anything to put a meaning around when the registrations are due. I don't know that that means anything now. It's pretty much before you start registration. That's when decisions or edits could be done.
Yeah, because normally we would discuss like the caps, which the caps are already they're already set for this 8 ball.
What about
I don't
January
think
18?
That's
Well, that's even
Vegas.
later.
Yeah,
sorry.
somebody wrote in here it's Vegas. Robert said it's Vegas that on the 18th.
Oh, yeah.
That's February 18th.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, I said January. Yeah.
Oh,
Just
good call. Well, we don't have to worry about the snow since it's going to be online, so that's good. I'm down to probably do that. Let's take a look. You said the 18th?
yeah.
That would be a good Sunday for me.
There's probably not going to be a lot of changes for this 8-ball event. Caps
Yeah.
are set. You know, I don't see any reason. Most of our players are probably going to be out of Derby City by then, out of the events anyways. Just have it on the 1st. Whoever comes, comes.
Yeah.
it doesn't matter to me, really. February 1st, I just thought because it's 2.5 months away. I mean, the 18th that's fine too. Martin Luther King's on the 19th.
Yeah.
And then give it 14 days and our tournament starts. Yes.
Yeah. There you go.
Wow.
Are we talking
for
January
what?
18th or February 18th?
January 18th. So January 18th would be what, 5 weeks? You know what? Let's keep it at February 1st for now. And then if for some reason we need to do a special meeting before then, we can always do that too.
Okay.
Does that work?
Yeah, I'll
that-
make whatever work.
Does well, maybe you guys can get like a big, huge screen and a computer and have you all standing behind it there at Derby City then.
Yeah.
So, okay. Well, then I think that, are we good then? Nothing else? Anything
Yep.
else?
I just sent the invite for it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank
Perfect.
you. Good
Awesome.
job,
Thank
Tammy.
you, everyone. Thank
See
you.
you, everybody.
Bye.
Have a good night. Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay. How do I start saving
How
stuff?
do I get out of here?
Options. View. Save. Show in a folder that I have them saved.
Is it over?
Yeah, I'm just sending stuff right now. So the meeting's kind of still going because I always have to like mess around and figure out what all this stuff is. Oops. Stop recording. Uh-oh, where did my recording button go? There we go. Stop recording.